Hey y'all!
Hey everyone. Who just joined?
Is this thing on?
Hey.
Hey, can you hear me?
Hi everyone, Gina's on.
You're on mute.
Hey, it's MJ
Are you
here.
ready?
Hey, y'all.
Texas Democrats
are going digital because we can't be physically together for our Texas Democratic Convention.
Our Texas Democratic Party is delivering a one-of-a-kind
virtual experience.
Packed with noteworthy speakers,
informative panels,
groundbreaking digital events,
and dynamic training.
This year's got to be different from any of the conventions we've had in the past.
But as Democrats, we're constantly innovating
In order to deliver on a more prosperous future.
so even though our tactics for 2020 have changed,
Our goals for November have not.
Texas is the biggest battleground state, and we're fighting like hell.
in order to guarantee a fair shot for all Texans.
That starts with hosting a Texas Democratic Convention as you've never seen it before.
Living up to the big, bold history of Texas Democrats.
Texas Democrats have never shied away from a challenge.
We fight because we believe
that no matter who you are,
What you look like, where you come from.
or who you love, if you work hard in Texas, you can succeed.
Texans will walk away from this week-long event feeling motivated,
inspired and informed.
you'll be trained up in digital organizing,
Elect party leadership,
voice our values,
And join fellow Democrats as we gear up to flip the state in November.
We will win the White House.
take out John Cornyn,
And expand our Texas congressional delegation.
set the agenda in the Texas Senate,
Flip the Texas House,
And elect hundreds of local Democrats across the state.
There's something for everyone to enjoy at the 2020 Texas Democratic Convention.
and we need you right there with us.
Join today by RSVPing to the Texas Democratic Convention.
We can't wait.
we can't wait.
We can't wait to see you there.
well, sort of.
I'm proud to be a Texas Democrat.
We will turn Texas blue.
Okay, thanks everyone. Thanks.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, y'all.
Coming up next, we have our panel on young voters and the future of Democratic politics. We'll see you there.
Hey y'all, my name's Luke, and I'm the Voter Expansion Director at the Texas Democratic Party. We're so excited about our one-of-a-kind virtual Texas Democratic Convention. Thank you for being a part of it. We'll be giving Texans across the state the opportunity to hear from our incredible Democratic public servants and stand with Texas Democrats as we gear up to turn Texas blue up and down the ballot in November. We know some of you may be wondering what to expect this year. There are so many ways to participate, and I want to highlight a few that we're super excited about. We'll have panels that'll be shown every day from 12 to 4 p.m. We have some incredibly qualified folks talking about their work, highlighting issues that will turn out voters in 2020, and plenty of other ways to get involved during those panels. To learn more about our incredible lineup of panels, check out our Facebook, our YouTube, and our website, TexasDemocraticConvention.com. We're hosting trainings throughout the week in the mornings, which generally run between 9 and 12. These will be led by our Texas Democratic team and Democratic Party leadership. We're also hosting a U.S. Senate debate between our two outstanding Democratic runoff candidates, MJ Hager and Royce West. You can learn more about these and much, much more at TexasDemocraticConvention.com. Now I'm going to walk you all through our website and show you how you can get as many Texas Democrats involved in the convention as possible. First, make sure to get your virtual tickets. That'll ensure that you're provided links to participate for all events during our convention. All you need to do is put in your name, your email, your zip code, and your phone number, and you'll be good to go. Let's take a look at the schedule. Here, you'll find the dates and times for all events we're hosting during the convention week. Make sure to check in because we're going to be making regular updates to this and adding more and more programming over the course of the week. A couple more things I want to highlight. On the trainings page of the dropdown, you can find a Zoom guide, a voting guide for delegates, and a virtual guide that will show how to engage us throughout the convention. You can also find our convention help desk where you can submit any issues you might be having so we can get them resolved ASAP. If you're interested in supporting us financially, where all donations will be put to direct use to get Democrats elected up and down the ballot in November, use the donate button in the top right corner of your screen. If you haven't already, please consider becoming a supporter today. We just walked through a ton of stuff, so if you're confused about something, if you can't find the info you need, please don't hesitate to call our office or submit a help ticket at txdem.co/convention-help. This is going to be an incredible convention, but our movement would be nothing without all of you. Let's go and turn Texas blue together.
And welcome to day 4 of the Texas Democratic Convention. Good morning. I'm so excited to experience another day of the Texas Democratic Convention with you. This is our last lineup of panels before we kick off our general session tomorrow, so let's enjoy every panel we can together. We have some great stuff on the agenda for you all today, including our panel about the influence of the youth vote on the November election, as well as the movement to end gun violence. Thanks to the thousands of Texas Democrats who are watching at home, we are bringing our movement that much closer together. Let's keep turning Texas blue together. Texas is the biggest battleground state in the country. Our Democratic Party is building a future that is focused in equality and prosperity.
Our mission is innovative, inclusive, and hopeful. We are creating a Texas that we can all believe and thrive in.
Some of the boldest Democrats to navigate the halls of Congress have called Texas home, and some of them have even made their mark on the White House.
Texas produces progressives, trailblazers, and steady-handed leaders alike who consistently push the needle on issue after issue.
Our leaders champion the noblest of causes because we believe that our country is stronger when we celebrate diversity, live our values, and inspire unity.
Texas Democrats have built a movement founded on landmark policies and programs that make America one of a kind.
We safeguard our planet and fight for equal rights. We deliver on building an economy that works for all Texans. We defend a woman's right to choose, and we challenge the inhumane policies that set to tear our country apart.
While Texas Democrats may differ in their approaches, each one of them has fought like hell to change the course of history and leave our state that much more equitable.
We are the party that paves the way for the future because we cannot advance as a society until everyone has a seat at the table. Donald Trump can't win the White House without Texas, and we got a plan to defeat him.
We know that the strength and resilience of our movement means that we can overcome any challenge set before us.
We know that we will succeed because what we are fighting for is humane, it is just, and it is truthful.
Every day, little by little, our movement grows and our chants for justice ring louder.
We are shaping the political future of our state and ensuring that everyone has a fair shot at the American dream.
This is what it means to be a Texas Democrat. Because when we save Texas, we save our democracy.
And when we save our country, we save the world. Coming up next, we have our panel on young voters and the future of Democratic politics. We'll see you there.
Hi, I'm Ross Morales-Urquetto. I am one of the co-founders of Run for Something, and I'm really excited to be here moderating this panel for the Texas Democratic Party today. While I don't currently live in Texas, it's still the place that I call home. I grew up originally in Houston and lived in San Antonio for a number of years. So again, really excited. I'm especially excited to be discussing how young people are remaking the country, our politics, the state of Texas, both through civic engagement and voting, as well as running for office. We'll be discussing how things have changed as a result of COVID-19, how we can continue to make sure that we're engaging young people in the process, and sort of what the future looks like. So again, really excited to be here, and especially excited to introduce our amazing panelists. First off, we have Sarah Audello from the Alliance for Youth Action, who's amazing and also someone who I call friend, so yay. We also have Judge Aurora Martinez-Jones, who's also amazing. She was also a Run for Something endorsed candidate back in 2018, so just going to put a plug in there. And then we also have Raven Douglas, who's the political director of Move Texas, which is an amazing organization in the state doing super incredible work. So I'm just going to really jump right into asking some questions. The first thing I want to ask, because it's on everybody's mind these days, is around COVID-19. It's changed a lot of things, whether it's the way society operates or voting behaviors and patterns, and would love if each of you could discuss how COVID has changed your work with a specific lens on how it's specifically impacting young people.
So I think COVID has changed all the things. COVID has really shined a light on all the faults that exist in every single part of our country. For young people in particular, whether you're looking at millennials or Generation Z, we are some of the most impacted folks, at least economically, as it relates to this pandemic. As an older millennial, one of the defining parts of our generation was coming of age and coming into adulthood in a recession. And it's really taken our generation about a decade to try to recover from that. And now all of a sudden we're hit with recession number 2. For Generation Z, they're now coming into adulthood during a recession. And so we've always known that economically our generations have struggled and have always questioned, are we going to do better off than our parents? And this pandemic in particular, where so many of our folks are losing their jobs, where so many people are becoming primary breadwinners of their families, that is one of the most drastic realities of this pandemic, especially as so many people are also losing their health insurance. So the overall well-being of our generation is really at threat right now. And those are some of the things that we're trying to organize on, trying to support young people on with our awesome network of youth organizations across the country.
Awesome, thank you. We'll go to Raven next.
Yeah, as Sarah mentioned, this has definitely transformed the way that we do our work, especially in Texas, where we don't have things like online voter registration. And when the pandemic first occurred and college campuses were closed, we had 31 part-time fellows that work 25 hours a week in the field for us doing voter registration work. And so we had to figure out how can we continue to engage those students through the end of the semester. And so we were able to shift directly to census outreach while we figured out what we were going to do with voter registration. And we called over 30,000 people, sent over 50,000 text messages. And we're really trying to not only engage on people, but also check in on them, as Sarah mentioned, as this is a continued difficult time for all of them. And so another way that we have continued to change the work that we're doing is we now have on our website a quote unquote online voter registration tool. So now if you have been displaced or you recently graduated and you need to update your address, but we're not doing on the ground voter registration, you can visit our website, fill out that form. The form will be mailed to you where you sign it and then mail it back in. And so with our outreach, we've gotten really creative. So our organizers will go into live streams and post those links with different local artists, because we know that young people are really enjoying the concerts that artists are putting on right now. And then from an advocacy perspective, we have really been focused on vote by mail. We know that there are, again, hundreds of thousands of college students that have been displaced across the country. And so those students need vote by mail ballots, and our counties need to be able to prepare for an increased influx of those ballots. So making sure that our counties have the equipment that they need, but also if people do choose to vote in person, that it is safe for the July election and then eventually in November.
Thanks. Aurora?
Yeah, so I'm working from home and I'm an associate judge. I do child welfare cases, but I'm at home having hearings over Zoom. And that's crazy. I mean, we're used to the law, especially the courts, lagging so far behind in technology. And now we've really been thrust into it. I'm glad that I'm flexible enough, having gone through so many changes just kind of in my lifetime already, and how technology is continuing to emerge, that I've been able to really quickly pick up what the new things will be on how we run our court and be creative about making that happen. But it's a struggle to do court this way. It's hard to make sure that we assure everybody has access to justice. And so it's taken a lot more creativity to make sure that we're plugging into people at every point. On top of that, I always do internships. I have undergraduate students and law students who intern in my court. And whenever things really started shutting down and we had a lot of people who had summer jobs lose those, a lot of people were reaching out to my court to see if I was still going to do internships, even though court is happening remotely. And I've committed to do that. So I'm going to have orientation on Zoom in a few weeks, hopefully, and we'll continue to work with people over the summer. And I'm hoping that we can keep pipelines open to make sure that young people are still able to build connections, to make sure that they are still able to be connected in the community, and also continue to grow professionally. And so I know that's been challenging as well. There's also a lot of community collaborations that I'm involved with, and it's been hard to figure out how do we now strategize to make community change when we really can't sit down in person and kind of think through some of the issues. We're moving to virtual platforms, and we're moving to shared documents, but some of the things that we're moving through and trying to work out are really complicated and complex. And it gets exhausting just being on technology all the time. And now you're doing that on top of doing community work and engaging. So I think that we're going to have to make sure we're taking care of ourselves. I think there's a lot of fatigue that's going to come out of moving so far forward into a technology-based way to engage. And I think that that was some things that young people kind of know how to handle a little bit already, but also need to be mindful of. So I see some good things that are coming out of being forced to use more technology, but also some cautions that we'll have to take care of. But things are just so different, even with the courts. It's amazing that we've been able to do this.
This question is for you, Aurora, and also, like a version of it for Sarah and Raven. For you, Aurora, why is it important for young people to be running for office right now, both for judicial positions and otherwise? And for Sarah and Raven, like, what do young people need from their elected leaders right now? We'll start with Aurora.
So I think that it's super important that young people are running because it takes the kind of mindset that young people have in looking forward on progressive approaches to really tackle situations like a pandemic and figuring out how we're going to really work through this. I have grown up with technology and I was able to jump into this a little bit further than some of the other judges were. So I've been doing a lot of trainings across the state and across the country, showing people how to do this. And even as a judge and being involved in the law, that's something that's not usually up to date on technology, how it still can be done. So I'm being a leader in this industry because I have the skills, being a person who is young and more comfortable using some of this technology. And also because I think that young people are looking so far into the future. We really are concerned about our future and want to make sure that things are in a good place. A lot of us are really committed, and we can use the technology, we can use the platforms we have to make sure our voices are loud. And now it sounds like people are really listening because they have to. And I think the more of us who run, the more of us who keep our voices loud, the more our issues will be heard and will be moved forward. And so I think it's really important. I think our leaders need to step back and make sure that they're listening, because they may not be in the position right now. They may not have the skills to understand exactly what some of these things mean as we're being pushed into these new platforms and being forced to use more technology to keep our lives moving forward. And I think they need to understand some of the issues that we bring up and make sure that they realize it's very important to make sure that the future is going to be something that's going to be accessible, comfortable, and fruitful for everybody.
Raven, you wanna go?
Yeah, I think, what young people are looking for is candidates that talk about transformative change. We as young people are less likely to be party aligned, and so we're very issue based. So we want to know from candidates what's their plan for student loan debt, or what is their plan to reduce emissions in one of the states that produces one of the most carbon emissions in the country. What is the plan to reform our criminal legal system? Particularly for Black voters, this narrative of, you need to vote because your ancestors voted, or because your, grandparents died for the right to vote. That narrative no longer works for young Black voters anymore. We want to know exactly, there are dozens of issues that are facing our lives right now, and so we want to know what's your plan to achieve those. And I think that it helps that if that candidate is another young person that is also going through those same experiences. And I think that's why our work in youth engagement is really impactful.
Yeah, just to build from what Raven was saying, the young people are looking for candidates that understand their lived experiences. And so, for a generation that's in recession part 2, for a generation that has been at the forefront of major social change, whether it's the rights of immigrants to LGBTQ rights, to now young people taking the streets over climate and gun violence prevention. It's because these are all issues that heavily impact this generation and our lives and our communities and our well-being. And so in many ways, we get really excited when young people are running for office because especially, although to be clear, not all young people are the same, but especially when young candidates are saying like, yeah, that's an experience that I've had and this is how I will address it. This is how I'm going to lead change. This is how I'm going to involve my peers in taking on this issue, because really young voters are the ones who have the most the most, I got threat in many ways, because frankly, young voters are just going to live longer, and they're going to live with the consequences of the decisions that elected officials are making. And so this is why, I mean, we're such fans of Run for Something, as y'all are working to galvanize young people to run for office across the country, and the amazing successes that y'all have had. It's been so great to see a lot of the organizers from our network also run for office. So, you know, our folks in Colorado, when the organizing director at New Era was frustrated with how elections were being run, she decided to run for clerk. And now elections are certainly much more youth friendly than they have been in the past. And so I think that is what young people are frequently looking for, and why we're so excited to see organizers, yes, do really great work to turn out the youth vote, but then start to run themselves.
And Ross, I'll add from what Sarah said, that's a really good point, because I think young people can look at positions and what people think positions should be and transform those. I mean, if you take a clerk position and you do more with it than what people expect, that's where I think the youthful candidate comes in and is helpful in transforming things and making sure that we are getting the most benefit out of our elected officials. I know I've gotten criticism when I was running my campaign saying, you know, judge as an advocate doesn't sound like what we're used to. Why are you in the community so much? Why are you doing so much hands-on? You know, your job is to be at the courthouse and call strikes and balls. And I'm saying, no, that's not what it has to be. As a judge, I can be a community leader, and I can be an advocate for justice for everybody and access to that justice. So I think that's a great point that Sarah makes about transforming and looking at those positions and making sure that we're getting the most out of our elected officials.
I love it. I love all of it. Raven, this one's specifically for you. When you were talking, you were mentioning some like really big transformational national issues that like are motivating, that you're seeing motivating young people right now. I'm curious if there are some like state specific issues for Texas that you're also seeing like really motivate young folks right now.
Yeah, I would definitely say climate justice is one of the top issues. One, you know, we work in a lot of major cities, but we also work in smaller cities like Laredo, which is along the border, which is deeply impacted by the number of trucks that travel along the U.S. and Mexico border. And also in Texas, our economy is so deeply ingrained in climate justice. So what does it look like to not only have a greener Texas, but how does that affect our economy? How can we continue to make sure that young people, whether they go to college or not, still have industries that they can work in? And so our conversation around climate justice is not just about reducing carbon emissions, but also about how can we create industries and jobs in these areas where people can still, participate in wind energy and solar energy here in Texas. I think another big issue for us is debt. In San Antonio, young people have some of the highest amounts of debt out of any other young person in the country. And so that's not just student loan debt, that's car debt, right? In Texas, we don't have a great public transportation system, so most of us have to drive. That's because of a lack of affordable housing. And so really looking to see how can we make our lives more affordable, and then also, looking into climate justice.
That's awesome. I mean, those are not awesome things, but, there's a lot going on right now. This election is going to be unlike any election that we've seen probably ever, or at least since, whatever election happened in 1920 after the, Spanish flu. So what are some of the biggest concerns that y'all have right now about turning out the youth vote in this upcoming election?
Sure. I mean, I think there's both concerns and opportunity. And so I want to start from an opportunity place in that we've seen tremendous increases in young people turning out in elections up and down the ballot since the 2016 election. Young people have been ready to make change. Move Texas is an example of an incredible org that has really mobilized tens of thousands of young people across the state to turn out. And we saw about an 11-point increase across the country in 2018 from the previous midterms. And so that's very exciting. We've also seen really large numbers of young people registering to vote since 2016. And so we have a lot of young voters across the country who are ready to engage. But with the pandemic, it's on us to do a few things. One, candidates have to be fighting for their votes. There is only so much that organizations like Move and others in our network can do if candidates are actually not fighting for their votes. And too often we hear from young people who are saying, no one reached out to me. Who's on the ballot? No one's tried to ask for my vote, and that's a problem. It's a problem that happens with too many candidate campaigns. But two, when candidates are reaching out, they have to talk about the issues that young people care about most. Like what Raven said, young people don't really give a damn about political parties. Sorry, Texas Democratic Party. It's really up to y'all as Democrats to say, here is where we stand on the issues. Here is where we are with you on the issues, because young people vote on the issues to make impacts on their communities. And then the other thing that's really important is making sure that, one, our voting systems are changing. And I know Raven can talk a lot about the fights that they're in Texas right now to make sure voting is safe and accessible. But along with changing laws, whether it's trying to postpone voter registration dates or make vote by mail more accessible, it's also about trying to educate young voters about how to vote in the fall. If we were to stay at home again, we have to make sure, and we've seen groups in our network like Ohio Student Association and Leaders Igniting Transformation who've had primaries during the pandemic do a lot of really important work to say, this is how you vote by mail. This is how you request a ballot. This is how you get your ballot turned in, because historically young voters are not vote by mail voters. And so there's just a lot of education that has to be done to make sure that young people have the information that they need to be able to cast those votes.
Raven, all you.
Yeah, and I'll just add to that from a policy perspective. This pandemic has shown the need for Texas to update its archaic voter registration and election laws, and so, there is no reason why we have the tools across the country to be able to enact online voter registration. And so other things like, increased accessibility to mail-in ballots, student ID as voter ID. This pandemic has shown us that we really need to update the ways in which we vote here in Texas. And so that's definitely something that we're going to be looking towards for the 2020 legislative session, is to really bring our election laws and our policies up to date and up to speed.
I would say I'm really concerned about distraction, right? Because when we get to elections, a lot of young people who are in school don't know what that's going to look like. They don't know how they're going to make that happen, if it's going to be in person, if it's going to be, still online. There's still a lot of injustices that are occurring. And my hope is that we can stay focused and we can keep everybody focused on making sure everyone votes, because there are so many things that are going on right now. The distractions are just intense, and it's really hard to stay focused and keep that message over and over again, that voting is very important and is a good place to start getting some change on all these other issues that are coming up and affecting young people.
If I could just say one more thing on top of that that's really important here is that we know, after working with youth organizations for more than a decade, that the most powerful thing to get a young person to turn out is peer-to-peer engagement. And typically we're doing that in the field. Typically you have MOVE organizers all over the campuses, all over the state of Texas in their bright yellow shirts, and it's fantastic. And we can't do that right now, but peer-to-peer organizing can still happen online. It can still happen via text. It can still happen via the phones, because it's really important for voters to have trusted messengers to lean on when they're going to get flooded with disinformation, when there's going to be confusion about how to vote. And so it's really important right now, especially as young people are experiencing this economic downturn, especially as so many young people are losing their jobs, that frankly, we hire them, and that we need to hire them and give them the tools to do organizing with their peers to make sure they're turning out in the fall. Because that peer-to-peer organizing is exactly what we need to make sure that young people are able to make their voices heard. And it can't happen via chatbot, and it can't happen via some commercials. It can only happen when young people are organizing each other.
Building off of that a little bit, I'd love to to hear a little bit more about what some of those specific tactics are looking like now that, we have social distancing and, we can't necessarily be out in the field doing door-to-door contact right now.
Yeah, we've definitely, our work at MOVE, we've always thought it to be innovative. And so now we've just had to innovate a little bit more. And we're still figuring it out, and we're still learning. But a lot of that really is digital engagement. So it's sending a lot of text messages and sending emails and, setting up our online voter registration tool on our website. I talked about earlier us dropping that link into live streams. We're actually looking to plan over the next couple of months a actual live stream concert with a bunch of different up-and-coming young artists to really, again, bring voting into our culture that already exists. Our organizer or our communications organizers have been doing MOVE Universities on Facebook, where they talk about different issues, everything from voting rights to redistricting to the census. So, thankfully we have a captive audience who is already on social media. And so we just have to get a little bit creative around how we can continue to engage them.
I think, before that, I would thank you to all of the panelists. I want to take a quick break, and then we'll be back in just 1 second.
Donald Trump can't win the White House without Texas, and that means we have to fight like the future of our state and our country depends on it, because it does. Our party and the democratic movement we have built is powered by the hundreds of thousands of Texas Democrats who graciously contribute to our efforts. Over the years, thanks to individual donations of $3, $7, and $10, we have built a democratic infrastructure capable of turning Texas blue up and down the ballot. The support we've received from donors is incredible. These grassroots contributions are the driving force behind our work and our victories. Now we're headed into the most important election of our lifetimes, and we can't take our foot off the gas. We will never stop working to create opportunities for hardworking Texans. We're fighting for strong neighborhood schools, higher incomes for working families, quality healthcare, and an economy that works for everyone. By contributing just $7, you will propel our movement forward and bring us that much closer to flipping Texas. Together, we can win this election. Together, we can change the course of history.
Hi, it's Councilmember Paige Ellis here, representing Southwest Austin. We can win big in Texas this year, but we need you to turn Texas blue. Sign up, join our movement, and give what you can, whether it's your time, your voice, or your support. Text VOTES to 21333 to get started. Enjoy your convention.
Hey y'all, my name is Shamanti Hawk and I'm the digital director at the Texas Democratic Party. This is my dad, who not only supports the work that I'm doing, but also continues to support the Texas Democratic Party financially. And this is our very important family member, Zeus.
I've been a Democrat since I came to this country, and when Shamanti asked me she gonna start working in politics, I said good. So on she started working for Texas Democrat, and I get to see how party function. They do the mailing campaign via email. I used to get a lot of email. I'm so proud of her and happy to contribute to the work Shamanti and our co-workers is doing.
I'm an employee and a donor to the Texas Democratic Party because the work we're doing is truly going to change history. Texas is the biggest battleground state, and I hope that many more Texas Democrats, such as my dad, continue to acknowledge and support the work we're putting in ahead of November. On that note, if you'd like to join our movement and support our party as we turn Texas blue up and down the ballot, please text Texas to 21333. Again, that's Texas to 21333. Thanks, y'all, and thank you for tuning in to our Texas Democratic Party convention.
You know, one thing that it's not directly related to the elections specifically, for 2020, but will be related to elections happening like going forward is, like how are y'all like currently working with young people and engaging them, especially communities of color around the census? I think like that's one of the biggest issues that's happening right now. It's something that I don't think we're talking about nearly enough, sort of like in like our broader like political discussion. So would love to hear more from y'all on how y'all are engaging with the census.
Yeah, the census is incredibly important right now, not only for communities of color, not only for our undocumented communities, but also college students are one of the highest groups of people who remain undercounted in the 2010 census. And so there are a number of demographics that intersect with our work that it's incredibly important that we do that engagement. And so we have been working not only with the count committees, but also organizations, for example, like Houston in Action and Houston, to be very strategic about the populations that we reach out to. And so thankfully we have the technology and software to break it down by house and by person of the people that we need to contact in order for them to get counted. And we are really seeing that coalition work really pay off. So again, it's continued digital organizing, right? So we always say text messages are the new doors. So it's a lot of text messages. It's a lot of follow-up. It's a lot of education of just breaking down again, especially for young people who have never taken the census before. The last time the census was counted, I was 13, and so really having to educate young people on what is the census? Why is it important? How does it impact redistricting? How does it impact funding? So there's a lot of educational opportunities and gaps that we need to fill with young people. But once they have that understanding of this is how it impacts me, this is how it's important, this is how it leads to transformative change, then it's just about, that continued follow up just to make sure that they've done it. And then, what's really great now is that the census has really prioritized taking the census online, which is really great this year. So that way, it's okay if young people aren't at their address because they can just go ahead and take it online and make sure that they get counted. So it's extremely imperative that young people, that communities of color really get involved in the census process.
Yeah, and our affiliate and, folks are still adapting, like to what Raven was saying about texting the new doors, that, young people are also answering their phones in larger numbers than they previously have. And so our folks in Washington, for example, have been doing census phone banking to make sure that folks are filling out the census. And then our folks in Arizona have been doing really powerful work to make sure that there's more community oversight over federal funding that's coming into their city as a result of the census. Because the census is ultimately about driving federal resources into communities. And in too many places, decisions about where federal dollars go are made without the people. And that, I think, is one of the really important pieces of why local organizing is so important, is so necessary, so that folks can be up in their county councils or in their city halls saying, actually, yep, we're going to push the census out to our folks. We know we need to be counted, but we also want to have our voices heard about where and how money is being spent. And that, to me, is like the exciting full scope of census organizing is, yep, we're going to get our folks counted, but we're also going to have a say on how those resources are spent to improve our community's lives.
I'm locally involved with our complete count committees, and they're doing a really great job. They're having events online. Some of them include DJs and just playing some music to bring awareness to the census and make sure everybody knows what they need to do in order to get that done. We've also been really targeting our different zip codes, and since we are local, we are able to reach out to people in those zip codes to make sure that we're doing our best efforts to make sure everybody's aware of the census and that they're able to get it done and they know how to do it. I'm also working with a lot of the people who I know are advocates touching families out in the community, providing help to make sure they keep that message as well, that it's very important to get the census done. And a lot of those families are the ones who would benefit from making sure that they're counted so that we can get all the resources we need in our community to help support everyone.
Right now we're all talking to Texas Democrats, maybe some people watching who are not in Texas. So I'd like to ask, what is it that you would say to Democrats in Texas about engaging young voters in 2020? And then what would you also say to people who are not in Texas, who are maybe making decisions at a broader level about which states to allocate resources to, about how we engage young voters in Texas in 2020?
I have the unique honor in my job to basically being a hype woman for incredible youth organizations across the country, including Move. And it's like so awesome that that is my job. And part of that is having an understanding of our maps and what is up with the future of states swinging one way or the other. And what I love to remind people, as I've been educated by quite a few Texans, is Texas is a battleground state. And Texas is a battleground state because of the work of young people across the state to engage in elections, to organize on the issues they care about most. And so, you know, as someone who had the honor of living in the Valley for a couple of years, and I miss those tacos and tamales every single day, as someone who had the honor of living there, I love to remind folks that how important it is to invest in Texas. I know there's a lot of fancy national candidates that come into Texas and love taking that money out of the state, but I want to encourage people to keep investing locally because a more progressive future is already happening in cities and counties across the state, and it's really at folks' fingertips for really changing the face of the state overall. And so I am here to be that outside DC person to say, keep investing in Texas. We see the incredible work that people are doing to change the face of the state, to see the incredible work folks are doing to push back against the regressive laws and policies that exist and folks are trying to keep advancing. But to just stay investing locally. Let's get more organizations across the border. That Move's doing incredible work in Laredo. It's so overdue. I want to see more growing in the Valley and Corpus and some of the smaller parts of this, like communities across the state. And it's just, I'm so in awe of the really beautiful organizing work that's been happening, that folks have been leading to fight for the future of Texas. And so I just want to make sure that folks know that there's a lot of allies outside of the state that are fighting hard to keep resources in, because y'all are not a red state. You're on the cusp of going more blue, and it's really going to require deep investment in organizations like Move and Texas Rising and Battleground and the Party and others in order for that to happen.
Yeah, and I think I'll just add to that. Sarah talked about this a little bit in a previous question, but you know, Texas Democrats and candidates in the party really have to get serious about engaging and talking to young people. We're not going to show up in band. We're not going, because we're new voters, we're not going to show up on your list. So you have to get out in the community and knock on our door and show up at our college campuses and really build that relationship with us, because that's then how we are going to turn into likely voters and consistent voters and lifetime voters. You know, we don't want to continue this cycle where, you know, young people don't vote, so no one invests in them, no one engages them, and then we don't understand why young people don't vote. You know, it's not that difficult of a, you know, the solution is not that difficult. And so, and then just to continue to echo off of what Sarah just said, continued investment in Texas is so important. You know, people, as she mentioned, are asking us, when are you going up? We need you in Corpus, we need you in El Paso, we need you in the Rio Grande Valley. You know, we're like, we just went to 5 cities, you know, in the past 2 years. And so, but we can't do this work alone, and we need investment in not only organizations like ours, but like all the other organizations that Sarah mentioned.
Thanks, y'all. You know, I think we talked a lot about the specifics of 2020. I think something that would be really interesting to hear about is sort of like what you think the future looks like for youth engagement, both just like nationally and in the state of Texas. Like, what are some of the big trends that you see on the horizon, and like, how are y'all working to get ahead of them right now? I assume you are. And so, yeah, whoever wants to go first on this one.
I can go. You know, I think that we are going to continue to just see increased youth engagement. You know, Move first started in San Antonio. And so just in 2017, millennial voter turnout increased 300% in the municipal election there. In 2018, millennial voter turnout increased by 400% in San Marcos. In Austin in 2018, for the first time ever, voters under the age of 35 voted more than voters over the age of 65. And so, you know, our continued engagement is going to continue to increase voter turnout and have young people involved. And, you know, not only are young people turning out, but we're also making policy demands. And so I think we really are at a point here in Texas where, you know, like, young people, we're bringing our own seat, we're bringing our own table, and we're really making sure that our issues are front and center here in Texas.
Yeah, I think we're just I'm very hopeful that we're going to just continue to see these awesome increases because of the powerful work of Move Like Others to invest in peer-to-peer organizing. And that is really like our hope, I think, as progressives, our hope as people that are committed to social justice. But what is necessary is for groups to have the support, the resources that they need to keep engaging with young people. And it's also on the elected to then do their part, to then follow up on the campaign promises, to really invest and work closely with young people to make sure that they are doing their job in building a community that's better for all of us. I also am really hopeful because of the work of Run for Something and because of awesome leaders like the judge that we're going to have more young people who are running for office. And so when there are bad candidates, be them Republican, Democrat, or otherwise, that we have good folks coming in and saying, nope, I'm running now. I'm going to do something different. I'm going to build a different type of structure so that a judge is about being an advocate, like the judge said. And I obviously would love to hear more about what you think about more folks running for office because I just think this is so key to our generation and the power that we've been flexing for the past decade plus.
Well, yeah, and thank you. I think, I guess it's more of a hope that in the future, because of the way things are going and because the youth voice is getting louder, that young candidates are taken seriously. I mean, hopefully being young isn't looked at as a negative aspect of your candidacy and can be looked at as a positive aspect, and that we won't have to prove ourselves so hard just to be taken seriously, that maybe even before you get the Run for Something endorsement, that people will actually look at you as a serious candidate. I hope that in the future, the whole field of running for anything will be more welcoming to young people, and I've seen some of those changes already happen. I've seen that things are starting to become more accessible so that young people can vote and have the tools to vote. But I think there's still a long way to go. And hopefully with some of the changes we're seeing now, with understanding that the youth voice matters and that young candidates can really get things done, that it will be a different environment for young candidates, because I think that's the way to progress.
Aurora, what would you say to elected officials like around the state of Texas about the way that they engage with young people going into the 2020 election? Like, what advice would you give them?
To elected officials, I would say to don't patronize and have honest conversations. Talk about real issues and don't be, I guess, scared or intimidated that somebody's coming for you. If you're doing what you need to do as an elected official, people want you to serve. But if you're not, that's when you may need to be worried that a young candidate is going to look for something to do to make that work for everybody. And I think that sometimes there's a lot of hesitation from elected officials to really engage with young people because they're not sure how the reaction might be. But I think if you come at it with a positive approach, being open and welcoming to feedback, even if you don't like it, then you'll see that there's a lot of space to really connect with young people and to improve the way that we're serving everybody, including young people. So that would be my advice.
And this can be for Raven and Sarah too. What would y'all say to elected officials who are looking to engage young people in 2020 and beyond, truthfully?
Yeah, I would just kind of echo things that I've already said, which is really, we're here. A lot of times elected officials or candidates will reach out to us and say, how can I engage young people? Or they just don't come to my events or things like that. And it's like, what do you call them? Do you show up in spaces where they are? Do you listen, versus speaking? And so I really think that Texas is such a young state. We're a diverse state. 1 in 3 Texas voters are under the age of 30. 63% of them are people of color. So, we're around you every day. We're in your communities. It's just you need to make a concerted effort to meet us where we are. And also, again, speak to the issues that matter to us.
Yeah, I just say, especially when folks are like, to just reiterate what was said before, like if you're doing your job, then then you shouldn't be afraid of engaging young people. Is that engagement with young voters should not only happen around elections, that engagement has to continue through entire terms in office, that young people should be seen as key stakeholders, and certainly not just folks to ad hoc engage with, but like sustained engagement, sustained feedback, giving young people the tools to really help influence your way of thinking or your way of approaching certain issues is really important, because young voters are smart voters. They are speaking from lived experiences, and yeah, don't be afraid. And also, I think the thing that's really important here, while we are absolutely hustling for young people to run for office all the time, there's a reason why Senator Sanders is incredibly popular with young people. It's because he's progressive. It's because he's authentic. It's because he's engaging with them directly. And he certainly does not fit in the demographic that most of us are organizing with. And so I say that mostly to say, don't be afraid. And it's actually a reminder that it's folks' jobs to engage directly with young people, with young voters, and to take their feedback seriously. Also, like, throw out the whole guidance around turnout scores, because yeah, young people have lower scores because they just haven't voted in as many elections because y'all aren't chasing their votes. So they're ready to be engaged. It's just really to what Raven said. Are you showing up to their own spaces? Don't demand they only come to you. How are you showing up for them?
This is awesome. We are getting close to our time. And so I want to ask one last question to each of y'all. And the question is, like, what is it? We've been talking a lot about, like, these issues, how we engage young people, like how to engage, elected officials who, like, need to be reaching out to young people. But, like, what is it, what is the thing that, like, we haven't gotten to talk about, like, during this conversation that, like, you think is, like, a top of mind issue that, like, people who are watching this, like, really need to be aware of as we go both into the election in 2020, but also just, like, more broadly, because, Sarah, as you said, and Raven, as you've also said, like, it can't just be engaging around election cycles. We need to be engaging with people, not just young people, voters generally, like, all year round, about the things that they care about. So that was a lot of words. So the question really is, like, what is, like, the big issue, like, impacting young people that we haven't talked about here yet, that, like, is really at the top of your mind?
I'll say something that's kind of just always on my mind, because just kind of my experiences that I've had is that I think we need to make sure we're doing a better job of creating a pipeline for young people. When we have people, whether it's within a party or in elected office or community leaders, who are not creating those pipelines for young people, we aren't able to make the same kind of progress we could if we had those pipelines. Instead of having the young people have to start from scratch and figuring things out because they don't have that pathway and that historical knowledge to just build on top of that foundation, then it really makes it difficult when you're starting all over again. As a young candidate, if I have older elected officials who are willing to talk to me about their experiences, about how they did it, about tips and ways in which I can just improve my campaign without having to figure it all out for myself, that would be important. And that, if we're, as a party, looking at how we're going to keep building our party, that we're doing the same thing. And it doesn't have to be a situation where people are replacing each other. I think we've got to maintain relationships and mentorships. And I don't think that gets looked at as often and is not always a priority. And I think it needs to be.
I just first wanted to say that I completely agree with Aurora, and I definitely echo her sentiment. What I would like to talk about, though, is accessibility to voter registration and to the ballot. I think it's really great if we fired up these young people. They're ready to go. They're ready to engage. But then we have all of these barriers that stop them from voting. So this is why we need online voter registration. This is why we need student ID as voter ID. This is why we need more polling locations on college campuses. Because it's great if we can get registered to vote. But if we can't turn out, or if it's not accessible to us, then, we've almost done this work for nothing. And so we really, really need to, think from an advocacy standpoint of how we can continue to make elections not only safe and secure, but accessible.
All those things, and the only thing that I'd add is just to make sure that When we're talking about young voters and youth engagement, campus work is really important, and also young people are not exclusively on campuses. That young people are parents, that young people are working multiple jobs to support themselves and their families, that young people are in mixed status households, and it's important for us to remember the many identities that young people have. Student can be one of them. Student is not always one of them. And so to make sure that when we talk about engaging young voters, we're engaging each part of those identities and each segment of that demographic so that we're not leaving people behind, because frequently the ones who we're not talking to are the ones who have the most wisdom to share.
Awesome. Thanks, y'all. This is great. This is an amazing panel. I don't know about you all watching. I'm leaving this feeling really inspired. To the panelists, thank you so much for your time, your insights, your participation. For folks watching, thank you so much for watching this. This has been really great. But before we conclude, I did want to do a little plug, because I wouldn't be a good organizer if I didn't have an ask. So I would love if you all watching could please take out your phone right now and text Texas to 21333. Again, you should text Texas to 21333. That way you will get updates from the Texas Democratic Party. You probably won't get pictures of my cat, that's baby Kitty, who's hanging out in the background behind me. But again, thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in. Thank you again to our panelists. The future is really bright, and I, for one, am looking forward to this election cycle. So thank you.
Hey, it's Brenda. We can win big in Texas this year, but we need you to turn Texas blue. Sign up and join our movement and give what you can. Your time, your voice, and your support. Text VOTES, VOTES, to 21333. Enjoy the convention, everyone.
Coming up next, we have our panel on people with disabilities and the fight for equal access. Stay tuned.
Hi, my name is Monica, daughter of an IAM union worker, lifelong feminist, and a sustaining member of the Texas Democratic Party. Growing up in the north side of Fort Worth, I saw firsthand what happens when communities of color don't have access to high-paying jobs, affordable housing, education, and health care. It's because of this experience that I've spent almost 25 years as a community activist, fighting for reproductive justice, hunger awareness, healthcare access, and immigrant rights. And it is the main reason why I'm a Texas Democrat. Texas is a battleground state with 38 electoral votes on the line, and people like Donald Trump cannot win the White House without Texas. But the Texas Democratic Party has a plan to fight that, and to also take back Austin and push for policies that are beneficial for all Texans. So why don't you please join me and contribute to the Texas Democratic Party by texting Texas to 21333. Remember, y'all means all.
Donald Trump can't win the White House without Texas, and that means we have to fight like the future of our state and our country depends on it, because it does. Our party and the democratic movement we have built is powered by the hundreds of thousands of Texas Democrats who graciously contribute to our efforts. Over the years, thanks to individual donations of $3, $7, and $10, we have built a democratic infrastructure capable of turning Texas blue up and down the ballot. The support we've received from donors is incredible. These grassroots contributions are the driving force behind our work and our victories. Now we're headed into the most important election of our lifetimes, and we can't take our foot off the gas. We will never stop working to create opportunities for hardworking Texans. We're fighting for strong neighborhood schools, higher incomes for working families, quality healthcare, and an economy that works for everyone. By contributing just $7, you will propel our movement forward and bring us that much closer to flipping Texas. Together, we can win this election. Together, we can change the course of history. Coming up next, we have our panel on people with disabilities and the fight for equal access. Stay tuned.
Hi everyone, my name is Alejandrina Guzman, and I am the People with Disabilities Constituency Organizer for the Texas Democratic Party. I'm super excited to be here, joined with two incredible disabled activists, and I will pass on the mic to them to introduce themselves.
Hi, everyone, and thank you for that introduction, Alejandrina. My name is Maria Town, and I am the President and CEO of the American Association of People with Disabilities.
Hello, my name is Judy Human. I'm a disability rights activist. I've been involved with the Democratic Party for a number of years. I worked formerly in the Clinton administration and the Obama administration, as did Maria.
If you cannot tell, I am extremely excited and so full of happiness to be in the same virtual space as these two incredible leaders who have led the way to continue fighting for disabled rights for people with disabilities. So we will dive into the first question. The first question is, in a COVID-19 world, people are able to participate remotely and engage with one another online. What are the challenges people with disabilities are now facing, and how can we continue to support disabled people?
I guess I'll start. I think there are many, many challenges that disabled people are facing. And so I'm not going to be exhaustive in what I'm going to be saying, but I would say that some of the major issues are lack of information that people need to know exactly what they need to know, ensuring that if they need protective clothing for workers who are coming into their home, how they could get it, understanding what they need to be doing to protect themselves. But equally, I think what is going on is a continual concern that healthcare providers may not be looking at us in an equal way to non-disabled individuals, that just the presence of our having a disability, if we're needing to go to the hospital because we have contracted the virus, is a great concern.
Sure, I'll add to that. And again, as Judy said, the issues that disabled people are facing are just all-encompassing. I mean, even as we think about reopening, in a state like Texas, many disabled people do not drive and rely on public transportation. But how are we making sure that public transportation will be safe and that people can protect and maintain their health and still use the transit that they rely on to connect with their community and to go to work? Outside of these concerns, I want to talk specifically about voting. So in 2018, we saw the disability vote nationwide increase by 8.5%. Millions more disabled people voted in 2018 than they did in 2014. And that represents enormous progress. And COVID-19 puts so much of that progress at risk because voting has become unsafe. So what we need to see happen is that states create the ability for everyone to vote by mail, that vote by mail is accessible to everyone, meaning that ballots can be transmitted electronically for people who use screen readers or need other language assistance, and states need to continue to maintain open and accessible physical polling locations. Many rural communities, many people with disabilities, vote by mail is not accessible. States are still required to maintain in-person polling places, but those polling places need to be accessible and they need to be safe. COVID-19, as many lives as we've lost, as much as it has hurt our economy, it does create an opportunity for us to reshape our society in a way that is more inclusive, in a way that allows so many more of us to participate than ever before.
And I think, carrying forward on what Maria is discussing, looking at website, going to AAPD and looking at RevUp, I think would be really very valuable for people to get a better understanding of some of the work that's going on nationally as far as voter registration is concerned. And I'm sure that Alejandrina is also doing a lot of work in this area. But I'd like to carry forward on what Maria was just discussing as relating to opportunities. So people who have had the virus, an untold number of them will have short-term or long-term disabilities. I think it is really very important that we are reaching out to this community and allowing them to understand what their rights are as disabled people, and to get them to understand that if they need various accommodations for absentee ballots, that there are ways they can get that. And I think one of the other issues we have to be looking at is how one verifies that they have a disability in order to be able to, in fact, get an absentee ballot. And so I think that's another issue that the party in Texas needs to be looking at, not just in the area of disability, but broadly, to ensure that all people who have the right to vote are able to exercise that right. I also want to say that I think what we're seeing as a result of COVID-19 and the ineptness of this administration in handling this is other opportunities, because the Texas disability community has been very active, as have other communities around the United States, that healthcare is so critical. And now that we're looking at an economic decline with millions of people losing their jobs and their health insurance, in my view, this is a perfect opportunity for us to be speaking with people to really have some meaningful discussions about why healthcare is essential, what is actually happening with people who are losing their healthcare insurance.
And this is Maria. To put a fine point on what Judy just said, I have no doubt that as we begin to look at the disparities caused by COVID, the states that did not engage in Medicaid expansion are going to see a greater rate of infection, of death, and of long-term and short-term disability as a result of COVID. I think this is a point in time where policymakers at every level of government need to understand what it means to prioritize people's lives.
I think the other issue is, we hear that there are higher rates of death amongst Latinos and African Americans, and that many people have what they're calling underlying health conditions. Well, those underlying health conditions are disabilities. Diabetes and hypertension, etc. Those are all disabilities, and people that believe they're being discriminated against based on disability can use those quote unquote underlying conditions. But I think the broader issue is what we as disabled voters bring to the table is not only our personal stories, but our personal stories collectively talking about the adverse effect that this administration is having on our lives, not just in areas like education, transportation, healthcare, but really focusing on the current situation with COVID-19. And I believe it's really important for the party, not just in Texas, but everywhere, to really be able to get people to be able to tell their stories. Because stories, I think, are so very critical. Personal stories about how this has impacted them individually and their families, and equally important to be able to talk about what could have been done, what needs to be done.
Thank you, Maria and Judy, for saying everything that y'all mentioned. I have been hosting some roundtable discussions and community events talking about voting access and what that means. And in addition to systemic and infrastructural changes that we as a disability community have been fighting for, and still, we're in this situation. And this kind of leads into my next question. During this pandemic, we've seen that infrastructure and systemic issues have not gone away. People with disabilities have gone to social media to push for our rights, and oftentimes are ignored. What can advocates and allies do to uplift our disabled voices?
Well, I think it's critical that obviously we don't give up, that change does not occur easily, and that one thing we all understand is when we are advancing our message, when we're telling our stories, when we're addressing issues of discrimination, either by discussion or complaints or litigation, that things change. I'm the oldest one in this group, I'm 72. And so I was born in 47, I had polio in 49. And at that point in time, there were no laws protecting us. There were no such things as accessible buses or ramps or accessible taxis or trains or anything. And that only came about because of the hard work of, hundreds of thousands of people across the United States including after the Second World War, disabled veterans. So really continuing to articulate what our vision is, not giving up. And I think for the purpose of this call today, what we're trying to do is to talk to the people in the audience to say, please do not forget us. We are an important constituency for the Democratic Party. The fact that Alejandrina is the first person to be hired by a state Democratic committee to focus on outreach to disabled people is something that you need to take an advantage of. That means that you need to really let her tell you what she's hearing. So issues like accessibility are critically important. Ensuring that captioning, sign language interpreters, bathrooms are accessible. Disabled people should not have to feel thankful on the one hand that we're finally being brought into the party and fearful of speaking up for what we need in order to be able to equally participate. And I think that for me is critical. This is your responsibilities. Alejandrina can help you learn more about this, but you want deaf people and blind people and physically disabled people and people with psychosocial disabilities and intellectual disabilities and other hidden disabilities to say, we are proud of being a Democrat. We are not just voting as Democrats, but we really want to get the message out to people all across the state of Texas that our party does in fact look out for those whose voices have not been heard in the past and is opening the door to allow us in to be clearly heard, both in Texas and around the country.
So to add to this, there's a few things. One of the things that I think you have to have as an advocate is imagination, because you have to push for a world that you may not have seen before, that may not have existed before. And I am so grateful to Judy for her imagination, because for you and me, Alejandrina, her imagination has made it possible for us to be here, right, on this call right now. And so just because somebody says that's too much, there's no way that could ever happen, why are you being so radical? Don't let that get to you. That just means that they have no imagination. They cannot see what else is possible beyond what's been done in the past. You know, and this question started out about systemic disparities that are being amplified by COVID. One of the biggest ones is what's happening in nursing homes. You know, nursing homes, a New York Times article called them death pits, in prisons and jails, right? These are congregate settings for people with disabilities, and we are just dying. Well, what if they didn't exist? What will it take for us to get away from nursing homes, to get away from prisons and jails as a way for us to manage our population? How do we reimagine our world so that everyone can live and thrive in their community? And that's what it takes for me as an advocate, is holding on to a vision of a different world. Going to something that Judy said, I think so often when disability advocates get a seat at the table, we become afraid to speak out because we are just so grateful to be there. And it's like, well, guess what? They gave us a seat at the table to be vocal, so we need to use it. And we often become so afraid of just losing out on those opportunities that we silence ourselves. And we have to stop doing that. But I will say to everyone else who is convening those tables, create environments where we are not afraid. And where we are welcome, where on your event and meeting invitations, you ask proactively about accommodations, showing us that this is a space that is meant for everyone. And it's small things like that that can really make a difference. So often when I am involved in planning events for things like the party, it's like, oh, the disability community, those people again, what am I going to have to do, right? This is so obnoxious that I now have to think about getting a sign language interpreter. Well, guess what? People aren't going to want to show up. And it's not only that people with disabilities are voters, they're voters, and that is the most important thing. But we also have some money to contribute, right? And in a party where every donation counts, whether it's $1 or $100 or $1,000, you need to be creating spaces for everyone to want to contribute. Again, whether that's casting their vote, donating their money, or organizing people. So let's start creating those spaces.
Let me also say that in the United States, CDC says there are 56 million disabled people. And the World Bank and the World Health Organization says there are at least 1 billion disabled people in the world. Now, I give you those figures because a significant percentage of those people have invisible disabilities. And I am quite sure that a percentage of you in this room may have identified or not identified as having a disability. So I can't see you, but I'm sure there are some people here who have diabetes. And I'm sure there's some people who have hypertension. And I'm sure there are people who have Crohn's disease, Parkinson's, multiple sclerosis, depression, anxiety, bipolar, on and on and on. Or family members who have various disabilities. Obviously, those who are blind or low vision or deaf or hard of hearing or deaf blind, on and on. One of the issues that is so important for us is allowing people not to feel ashamed of who we are, not feeling stigmatized. Just like we've been fighting hard that people of color not feel stigmatized, not feel like they have to not acknowledge who they are. And in a state that is so diverse, you know, you have disabled people who are Latinos like Alejandrina, and African American and Asian, and from the LGBTQ community and different religious groups. That's what you want to be showing. So I think it's very important that in any of the messaging that you're giving, that you consciously ensure that the pictures that you're showing show the true diversity of your community. And obviously for those people with invisible disabilities, that's something that you can't show in pictures, but you can show it in words. You know, you can, when putting platforms forward, to ensure that disability is listed. And you can look at, and Alejandrina can help you with this, really look at what some of the unique issues are that people who come from double, triple minority communities, what are some of the resonating messages that they want to hear?
To really make this Texas focused, because before I was at AAPD, I worked in Texas. Texas has the second largest population of people with disabilities and older adults in the country. Disability occurs at higher rates in low-income communities. It also occurs in higher rates of Black and Brown communities. Texas, again, is one of the most diverse states in the nation, also has extremely high rates of poverty. If the party is working on issues that they consider poverty issues, those are disability issues. Issues that affect Black and Brown people, those are also disability issues. So as you're organizing around a variety of issues, whether it's immigration reform or living wages, make sure people with disabilities are a part of your work and that you are including them in, including us in your messaging and including us in your outreach. Another interesting tidbit about Texas, so many of the disability rights movement's leaders came from Texas and still are in Texas. Bob Kafka.
I'm from Brooklyn.
Judy is from Brooklyn, but you know, George Bush, who signed the ADA, Justin Dart, who organized around the ADA, Americans with Disabilities Act, Bob Kafka, who runs Rev Up Texas, and one of the major organizers in ADAPT. The party should be celebrating this history and creating an opportunity for people with disabilities to feel proud.
Thank y'all so much. Wow, y'all speak a lot about the term co-conspirator. We hear about allies and advocates, but really having other people put forth that effort and have that imagination to uplift everyone in the disability community. So thank you. And then we have a few minutes left for our last question. Judy, you were recently featured in the Netflix film Crip Camp, produced by Michelle and Barack Obama. As a disabled person myself, I feel empowered and visible and resilient. And even right now, being in this space with both of you, I feel powerful. What is one piece of advice you have for the disability community? And that goes for Judy and Maria.
I think we need to recognize that we all have power. That, you know, we have different ways of using our power and authority. I believe one thing that's very important is that as disabled individuals, for example, the three of us on the phone today, I know that each one of us mentors other people. And I think mentoring is so very important because it can be very difficult to be out there by yourself, saying things that you know other people don't want to hear. And they may not even be controversial issues. For those people who watch the film, there's a segment in there where one of the things I say when I'm talking to someone at some kind of a meeting relates to bathrooms. And what I say there is, because I've experienced it, and I know Alejandrina has experienced the same thing, where the bathrooms are not accessible. And where when a bathroom is made accessible, we're supposed to be so very thankful. You know, my feeling about bathrooms that are not accessible, my view, if I could rule the world, all bathrooms would be closed. So if I can't use the bathroom, you can't use the bathroom. Now, everybody looks at me like cross-eyed. What are you talking about? And I'm like, going to the bathroom is something everyone needs to do. Why should I be ashamed of having to speak about needing to have an accessible bathroom? That's a very little issue, but it's a huge issue. It can adversely affect everything. So at the end of the day, we all have power, we all have authority. It's not just within the disability community. I think, again, one of the important parts about Texas and the Democratic Party is we need to be reaching out to other people so that we allow people to understand how some of the people in the room now felt like they were marginalized, felt like you were not included in the party 10, 20 years ago. What you needed to do, how you felt when you were trying to push forward on issues that others didn't want. Well, we're in that same situation now because we're really one of the last groups, if not the last group, to be coming in and recognizing the diversity that we bring, not just in the area of disability, but what we've been discussing. We need your help.
I'll say this. Advice that I would give to the disability community is don't be afraid to make mistakes or be wrong. Accessibility and inclusion are always evolving, and if we are doing our job as a movement, we are constantly bringing new people, new perspectives to the table who are going to press against even our own community's preconceived notions of what access is and what progress is. So we need all of us as advocates to be willing to make mistakes, to be willing to be wrong, and to learn from our mistakes and errors so that we continue to grow our movement and become more inclusive.
Thank you all so much for the advice and everything you had to say. I wanted to give a few more minutes and close out with remarks or any last minute thoughts and go around with Maria and Judy.
So thank you, Alejandrina. I just want to put a plug in for something that the American Association of People with Disabilities is doing. As Judy mentioned, we have an initiative called Rev Up. Rev Up stands for Register, Educate, Vote, Use Your Power, and it is our disability vote initiative. On June 22nd, we will be convening a Power the Disability Vote Summit online. Feel free to follow AAPD on social media at AAPD on Twitter and Facebook and get more details if you are interested in helping to build the power of the disability vote.
And I would like to also suggest that there are ways that you all can learn more about disability. One, if you have a disability yourself, talk about it. let people know what your disability is, how it affects you, and look at the positive. I think one thing that all of us are able to demonstrate is that on the one hand, people might say, oh, wow, we've got significant disabilities. On the other hand, people can say, wow, they're really good problem solvers. And we really know how to kick butt and make things change. I encourage you to look at Crip Camp, which is a movie that you can see on Netflix. I also recently came out with a book called Being Human, my last name, Heumann. It's now out on audio, and it's read by a disabled woman actress whose name is Ali Stroker. But there are many other people that are writing books, women and men with disabilities. It's really a good way for you to get a better understanding of how we move through life. And some of the books that are written are just about whatever, nothing to do with their disabilities. Others are very much like my book, very much a memoir, talking about issues around disability, discrimination, and empowerment. So thank you very much for the privilege of being a part of this today.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm very thankful. Thank you for all the strength, the energy, and the resiliency you continue to pass on to your mentors and mentees, to everyone in the community. I just want to say that I'm so lucky to have been in this virtual space with not just Judy and Maria, but everyone tuning in. Thank you so much.
Hey, it's State Representative Retta Andrews Bowers. We can win big in Texas this year, but we need you to turn Texas blue. Sign up and join our movement and give what you can. Your time, your voice, and your support. Text VOTES to 21333 to get started. Enjoy your convention.
Coming up next, we have our judicial panel, so stay tuned and we can't wait to see you there. Coming up next, we have our judicial panel, so stay tuned and we can't wait to see you there.
Hi, this is Tyler. I'm the Candidate Services Director here at the Texas Democratic Party. Thank you for joining us for what I expect to be an insightful panel with our truly exceptional slate of 7 statewide judicial candidates. For decades now, Republicans have packed our courts with partisans and far-right ideologues who frankly are driven by a political agenda that lacks the fairness and common sense that Texans want to see in our jurists. This cycle, we're going to put 3 Democrats on the Court of Criminal Appeals. We're going to elect 4 Democratic women to the Texas Supreme Court. And we're going to make history by electing the first female Supreme Court Chief Justice of the Texas Supreme Court. And more importantly, we're going to replace some of the most far-right Republican ideologues with fair and just jurists who respect the rule of law. Texas is the biggest battleground state, and this is our best chance to win a statewide judicial race in 25 years. With these 7 extraordinary and diverse candidates who not only represent the values of the Texas Democratic Party, but also look like the state that they want to represent. I am so incredibly proud to introduce our Democratic nominee for the Court of Criminal Appeals Place 3, Judge Elizabeth Frizzell, our Democratic nominee for the Court of Criminal Appeals Place 4, Judge Tina Clinton, our Democratic nominee for the Court of Criminal Appeals Place 9, Judge Brandon Birmingham, our Democratic nominee for Texas Supreme Court Place 6, Kathy Chang, our Democratic nominee for the Texas Supreme Court Place 7, Judge Stacey Williams, our Democratic nominee for Texas Supreme Court Place 8, Justice Gisela Triana, and moderating the judicial panel discussion, our Democratic nominee for Chief Justice of the Texas Supreme Court, Judge Amy Clark Meacham. Judge Meacham, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you so much, Tyler. Thank you for having us here. And thanks to all of you at home for watching. First, let me say that we hope you and your family and your loved ones are safe and healthy and persisting in these incredibly difficult and challenging times. And I want to thank you and everyone with the Texas Democratic Party, Chairman Hinojosa, Vice Chair Braley, and everyone else who've been working with the TDP to put this together and working so hard to make Texas a better place for all of us. Please know how much the candidates appreciate all the time and effort and energy and hard work that you guys do every day, especially given the current challenges that we are all going to try and navigate together. I want to begin by giving each panelist a brief opening to introduce themselves, and then we're going to go in ballot order. Like you said, I'm Judge Amy Clark Meacham. I'm the judge of the 201st District Court here in Travis County and the presiding judge for the civil and family courts here. And I'm honored to be your Democratic nominee for Texas Supreme Court Chief Justice.
Hi, I'm Kathy Chang, a lawyer from the greater Houston area. I'm proud to be running for the Texas Supreme Court, and I'm honored to be a Democratic nominee for the Texas Supreme Court Place 6.
Hello, Texas Democrats. I'm Judge Stacey Williams, and I currently serve the citizens of Dallas County as a presiding judge of the 101st Civil District Court, and I am honored and proud to be your nominee for the Texas Supreme Court Place 7.
Hi guys, I'm Justice Gisela Triana. I have been a judge here in Travis County for over 24 years and am currently on the Third Court of Appeals, which sits in Travis County, and am excited, delighted, and honored to be the Democratic nominee for the Supreme Court in Place 8.
Hi, I'm Judge Elizabeth Davis Frizzell. I'm an attorney in private practice. I've been doing criminal law for the past 26 years. I've been a judge on every level other than the appellate level. And I'm a candidate for Texas Court of Criminal Appeals Place 3. I'm happy to be here. Thank you guys very much.
Hi, my name is Judge Tina Clinton, and I preside over the Criminal District Court that is in Dallas County. I'm honored to be your Democratic nominee for the Texas Court of Criminal Appeals Place 4.
Hi, I'm Brandon Birmingham. It's my distinct honor and pleasure and privilege to be one of the judges in Dallas County over the 292nd Judicial District Court. It's also my honor and privilege to be your Democratic nominee for the Texas Court of Criminal Appeals, place number 9.
Thank you so much, everybody. Before we get into our questions and their issues, let me give everyone a little perspective and frame the discussion of these races. I know it can be confusing with all the different judge races at all the different levels, and even what we have up here at the top of the ballot with the Supreme Court and the Court of Criminal Appeals. So first, let me say that Texas is only one of 2 states in our whole country that has 2 courts of last resort. The Texas Supreme Court is the court of last resort for civil cases, and the Court of Criminal Appeals is the court of last resort for criminal cases. And so Judges Clinton and Birmingham and former Judge Frizzell are all criminal judges who are running for the Court of Criminal Appeals. And then Justice Triana, Judge Williams, Ms. Chang, and myself, we're your candidates for the Texas Supreme Court. And that's the court of last resort for all civil and family and government cases in the state of Texas. Basically anything that's not criminal. Just so you know, these benches have been majority Republican for over 25 years. But this is our best chance that we've had in 25 years to win. And we have a great group of candidates, and we are going to do our level best to bring fairness, justice, and common sense back to Texas's top courts. So I want to get right to it with my fellow candidates. Justice Triana, one effect this terrible pandemic has had is the profound impact on people's lives and the way that the state courts are affecting that. I can think of a couple of examples here recently in Texas and big examples coming from Wisconsin. But let me ask you and let you explain to our viewers, why is it that courts matter? And why should Texans care about these courts?
Thank you, Amy. Well, you know, it's interesting because when we were on the campaign trail for the primary, we were all talking about, cases in the past that the Supreme Court, what they had done and how it was clearly political, how we have 9 judges on the court that have been carrying the water for the Republican Party. Of course, since this pandemic and since we've been here these last several weeks, I think that everybody understands the importance of making sure we vote people to the Supreme Court that are fair and unbiased and cannot be bought. I don't need to tell you, several weeks ago when we had the Texas Supreme Court, and actually it was in a cruel fashion the way that they did it on the day that at that time we had the most deaths from the pandemic. They decided in the cover of night, 7:30 at night, they let everybody know that they were no longer going to protect people from being evicted in Texas. In the middle of a pandemic, in the middle of a time where the CDC is telling us to, still shelter in place, where we need to make sure that our most vulnerable have a place to stay, they decided that unlike even the national administration that has protection against evictions until August, they decided I think it was May 18th, that no longer were people going to be protected from being evicted. And so here we're looking at a time, where we had at that time 1.9 million people who were out of work, who hadn't been able to, a lot of them who had not been able to pay their rent and their mortgage. And the court, instead of doing what other courts have done and what the federal government did, decided that this would be a good time to go ahead and put these vulnerable Texans on the street to fend for themselves, or in crowded shelters, exactly what they're telling us not to do. And so it's important to make sure that the people that we have on the highest courts are making the policy that is going to help Texans, not policy that's going to help the people who are supportive of them, their party, and people who are giving them money to their campaigns.
Thank you. So, Ms. Chang, Kathy, a couple of weeks ago, the Texas Supreme Court stayed the order on the vote by mail case, and we need to tread carefully here because there are judicial ethics that constrain us from talking specifically about this case. But why don't you talk a little bit about this case or the Wisconsin case and tell us why this issue and these matters are so important?
Well, first we have to understand the history about the mail-in ballots, okay? So historically, it's shown that Democrats have a higher turnout in the vote by mail. So with this May situation, the Texas Supreme Court said there was a temporary order in the lower court permitting the mail-in ballots during the pandemic situation, allowing individuals to vote by mail when they normally wouldn't under the circumstances. So in Texas, what we have is vote by mail if you're 65 or older, disabled, you're out of the country on the day of election, and during the early voting period. So we have Texans with low immune system who would have a higher chance of contracting the virus, requesting for the expansion of the vote by mail. So the lower court allowed it, and then the 14th Court of Appeals permitted that. Then the Supreme Court at that point halted the entire expansion. So what is the impact? What is the message of that? The Supreme Court justices, the 9 justices made of Republicans, sending to the citizens of Texas? Because of the historical voter turnout on the Democratic side, they see that as a threat. So by seeing it as a threat, they halt the whole process, which essentially saying, we put the winning over the lives of Texans over anything. That is not acceptable in the state of Texas, because as judicial, we're supposed to be neutral. It's not about the R or D, but it's about serving and making sure the decisions are in the best interest of all Texans.
Thank you for that. And I know that the fact that we elect our judges makes some people uncomfortable, but this is the system we have. It's our constitutional system. And I wanted to turn to you, Judge Williams. This is a particularly popular issue with voters, but what are your thoughts about why it's important that we elect our judges in this state, and why this election in the year 2020 matters in particular?
Thank you, Judge Clark. You know, people don't realize, but since 1876, judges in the state of Texas have been elected by the people in partisan elections. However, during the last 2 decades, our Republican governors have decided to fill vacancies via the appointment matter rather than allowing that vacancy to be filled in an election by the people. So right now, there are 9 justices on the Texas Supreme Court. 6 of those justices initially were appointed by a governor. In this election, in the general election, 3 of the justices in this election were appointed by a governor. My opponent was appointed by Governor Rick Perry, and if you look at his record, he has a very strong record of helping corporations versus individuals. And just last year, in 2019, Governor Abbott appointed 2 individuals to the Texas Supreme Court who had been rejected by their voters. But that didn't matter to the governor. All he cared about was whether or not they agreed with his ideological concerns. They did, and he appointed them on the Texas Supreme Court. So is there any reason why their actions appear to a majority of the citizens of Texas that their interests lie with the governor and not the best interests of the citizens of Texas? Now, for the last 144 years, Texas has elected its judges. Now, just because in the major metropolitan areas, these judges now reflect and look like their communities, all of a sudden there's a scream. We can't elect judges anymore. It's the Republicans who are trying to change 140 years of Texas law, and they want the governor to appoint judges. Now, can you imagine Governor Greg Abbott selecting all the judges in your community? That's why this election is so critical with the issues that are going to come before the Texas Supreme Court. Now, our party, as you can tell, they've nominated a slate of candidates with impeccable credentials and lengthy records of public service. We have the diversity of experience to bring real justice back to the Supreme Court and give the people of this great state the voice that they've been longing for. And we will finally have courts that resemble the state of Texas. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Also, adding to that, my opponent in particular, he's been an elected judge for 40 years in the state. And during that time, he's always been in favor of elections because that's how he's had his job. It's only in the last year when our judges, especially in the big cities, mostly in many spaces became women, but also many wonderful women of color, that now he's decided after all these years to support judicial selection. So one doesn't know quite what to call that, but he certainly had a change of heart, and it's only been recent. So I appreciate your comments. I'm so excited to also have 3 great candidates here running for the Court of Criminal Appeals. Until recently, the Texas Supreme Court hasn't received a lot of nationwide condemnation in national press. The same cannot be said about the Court of Criminal Appeals. They've received a lot of press over the years and not much good. We have 3 great candidates running for this court: Judge Clinton, Judge Birmingham, and former Judge Frizzell. And I'm going to first turn it to you, Judge Clinton. Tina, can you give us a quick overview and educate us a little about the current Court of Criminal Appeals and why we should care about these races?
So because time is limited, I will probably answer this question by giving you a little bit of insight into one of the cases that have come out recently. This is a case about Bobby Moore. Mr. Moore was convicted of a capital murder and was sentenced by a jury to death, and he has been on death row. In 2002, a Supreme Court case from the United States Supreme Court stated that if you had an intellectual disability, that it would be unconstitutional to execute such person. And based upon that, Mr. Moore sought to have the death penalty portion of his punishment overturned, stating that he was intellectually disabled. In 2014, a trial court took 2 days to make findings and recommend to the Court of Criminal Appeals that Mr. Moore was intellectually disabled and therefore did not qualify for the death penalty. The year later, the Court of Criminal Appeals, in their opinion, discarded the trial court's findings and instead determined that he was intellectually not disabled and therefore could be executed. Mr. Moore's attorneys sought relief from the United States Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court did take up the case. And they reversed and remanded that finding. They vacated that judgment and sent it back to the Court of Criminal Appeals. And this is what they said. They said that the factors that was utilized when they determined Mr. Moore's intellectual disability were factors that were not in line with the prevailing medical practices, that they were not grounded in prevailing medical practices, and instead they invited lay perceptions and stereotypes to guide what one assessed in intellectual disabilities. And therefore, that meant that there was an unreasonable risk that was increased in people with intellectual disabilities being executed under that particular determination. They sent it back to the Court of Criminal Appeals. You would think that that would be the end of the matter, that the Court of Criminal Appeals would do their job and they would move on from there. But in rewriting the opinion, they relied on much of the same factors and they came to the same conclusion yet again. So Mr. Moore sought relief from the Supreme Court yet again. This time he was joined by the Harris County District Attorney, who also stated that she believed that Mr. Moore was intellectually disabled. And joining them in petitioning the United States Supreme Court was the American Bar Association and the American Psychological Association. The only one who went against petitioning and wanting that result for Mr. Moore of a finding of intellectual disability was the Texas Attorney General, who filed a motion to intervene and asked the United States Supreme Court to deny Mr. Moore. In 2019, however, the United States Supreme Court did again take up that appeal, and they made writings, a majority opinion, that said that they agreed with Mr. Moore and the prosecution that he was intellectually disabled. It is a rare finding that the Supreme Court go on to make that determination a fact that Mr. Moore had shown that he is a person with intellectual disability. And it took the United States Supreme Court to review a decision twice and make a rare finding of fact in order to make sure that Mr. Moore had fairness and justice in his case. And that is an example of what the Court of Criminal Appeals has been doing for the citizens of Texas.
It sometimes can overwhelm you when you lay it out like that. And I'll turn to Elizabeth now, former Judge Frizzell, because I know that it's passionate to her on these issues with the court, and especially issues of criminal justice reform. So why don't you tell us a little bit about some of the things this court has done, Judge Frizzell, as well as some of the hot issues of the day that I know our party cares a lot about and that you personally care about, that we can make some change at this court.
Thank you, Judge Meacham. I know all of you have heard a lot about different things on the news as far as police shootings. You've heard about mass incarceration, and maybe some of you have participated in protests regarding that. I'm all for protests, but I think in addition to protesting, we have to make sure that we're taking action that can actually make a change so that when we finish protesting, we get the results we're looking for. I think there is a way for us to help reduce mass incarceration by electing us to this highest criminal court. The Texas Court of Criminal Appeals has a direct appeal for death penalty cases. That means if someone has a death penalty case, it skips over the Court of Appeals and it goes to the Texas Court of Criminal Appeals. I'm sure many of you have heard the case of Rodney Reed. I'm sure many of you have heard the case of Ben Spencer and many other cases that are death penalty cases. We have to make sure we understand who we're electing to those benches to make decisions on those cases. And now you have 3 strong Democrats that can take those seats, who are very experienced, and will make sure that we listen to all the facts. One of the ways we can reduce mass incarceration through this court is to look at disparate sentencing. Disparate sentencing just means when someone gets 60 years, but they really should have gotten 20. Or someone gets 20 years and they really should have gotten probation. Or someone is convicted, but they really didn't commit the offense. One of the ways we can make a change in that area is to make sure that we're reviewing cases and making sure the judges of the trial court allow mitigating evidence. Mitigating evidence just means there are other circumstances besides just one side presenting their case. The state gets to present their case and the defense does as well. As an attorney, and when I was a judge on the bench, I reviewed many cases where trial court judges were not allowing defense attorneys to submit mitigating evidence, and it was admissible evidence. That's something that we'll get a chance to review. We review the papers of all the Court of Appeals cases as well as the trial court cases that come up to the Texas Court of Criminal Appeals. Not only death penalty cases, but any cases that are appealed all the way up to the Court of Criminal Appeals. We can make sure the trial court judges got it right. And if they didn't get it right, we have the power to remand. We have the power to say you have to have a new trial because this trial was not fair. And we want to make sure you have a fair trial next time. That's one of the ways that we can make sure people are not being locked up for offenses that they didn't commit. Or if they did commit them, they're not getting far more substantial time than they should. And then the third thing is we have to look at, is there a case where somebody may have committed the offense, but that there's a less intrusive alternative? Is this person someone who is addicted to drugs? And rather than going to jail or prison, to keep them from continuing a cycle of coming back to jail or prison, we should get them in drug rehab. Is this someone who may have a mental health problem, where if we resolve the mental health problem through rehabilitation, they wouldn't come back in the system at all? All these things are issues that can be raised at the trial court level. And as judges of the highest criminal court in the state of Texas, we get a chance to review the papers of the trial court judges to make sure that they did just that. I think that's a way that we as Democrats can make sure this criminal justice system is more fair and that people are not locked up that don't need to be, where society can be safe and actually recidivism would be reduced, where people are not coming back through a cycle of going to jail, getting out, going to jail, getting out. They're actually getting help for whatever issue brought them to the criminal justice system.
Thank you. I also know this is one area where it's not just Democrats. We have a lot of Republicans and independents with us in this as well. And it's important that we speak on it. And I will say, when I become Chief Justice, we're going to make this issue one of our top priorities. Judge Birmingham, I know this issue is crucial to you as well. For all of you out there, I had the pleasure of campaigning some with Brandon on the trail in the primary, and he would actually have people who had appeared in his court show up as supporters. And so why don't you speak on the importance of the criminal courts and all the balancing factors that criminal judges have to take into account? And also, is there any case of yours specifically that was really memorable to you that really shows this to our viewers?
Yeah, I think one of the most impactful cases has totally shaped the way that I have viewed our criminal justice system and all the cases that have come before me. And that was the case of Mary Smith. Now, that's not her real name, that's a pseudonym, but she was, unfortunately, she was abducted, she was sexually assaulted, and the 2 men that did that shot her and left her for dead. That was back in 1983, and 2 men were tried and convicted for that horrific crime, and they were sentenced to very long time in the penitentiary. The problem was those 2 men that were sentenced wrongfully. DNA evidence later exonerated them and implicated the two men who really committed the crime, Frederick Anderson and Marion Dahl Sales. Now, we all know that DNA evidence has been one of the keys, one of the factors that has unlocked a lot of doors to the prisons here in Texas. But it's those lessons that we've learned along the way from those cases that have really shaped the way that I view these cases. Mary Smith had to live for 25 years, and then she got a call that the two men who she thought were locked safe away from her didn't get, that they got the wrong people, and she had to accept that phone call. The two men who did the crime, well, they lived for 25 years or so without being held accountable for that. There's a whole body of lessons all along the way that we can learn from cases like that and those exonerations in Dallas County. That's forged the way that I viewed the criminal justice system. All of those lessons are not reflected in the opinions that have been written over the last 25 years or so. It's because the judges that have been on this court for the last 25 years don't have the experience of being in the trenches and sitting across from people like Mary Smith and having her story impact greatly the way that you view things. And that's really what I think that this election is all about in 2020. We are at a crossroads in this country. We're at a crossroads in the criminal justice system. And in November of 2020, we have to make sure that we go on the right path by electing people like us who reflect what we are as Texans, that reflect the values that we have, reflect the values of justice and independence. And if we can do that, then we will make our criminal justice system better for generations to come.
Thank you so much. I'm so proud to be running on this ticket with the three of you, Judge Clinton, Judge Birmingham, and former Judge Frizzell. This sense of justice and equality has been missing from the Court of Criminal Appeals for a long time, and I hope we get it back there. Thank you for that. At this point, we're going to take a quick break, and then we'll come back and have more discussion with the group.
For decades, Republicans in Texas have been making it harder for Texans to vote. They know that their best chance to hold on to power is to limit access to the ballot. Because when more people vote, our democracy is strengthened. And when more Texans vote, Democrats win. Now, Republicans are exploiting a global health crisis to keep people from exercising their right to vote. And we won't let them get away with it. Texas Democrats will never stop fighting to expand and protect access to the ballot. In order to turn Texas blue in November, we're committed to registering and engaging a new electorate that reflects the diversity of our great state. But if we're going to be able to win, all eligible voters in Texas must be able to cast the ballot and have that vote count. When it comes to voter protection, we've taken to the courts to challenge Republican voter suppression efforts. We fought Republicans' discriminatory voter ID law and won, and beat David Whitley when he corruptly tried to purge the voter rolls. We've also launched a year-round voter protection hotline, which is helping voters navigate the voting process from beginning to end. In order to get more Texans registered to vote, we've undertaken the most expansive voter registration program in our party's history. We recently launched registertexas.com to ensure that all Texans can register to vote from the safety of their own homes. We're also mailing hundreds of thousands of voter registration applications to unregistered voters across the state. Democracy works better when more people vote. Learn more about our voter expansion and voter protection efforts by texting ACCESS to 21333.
Hey, it's Representative James Tallarico. We can win big in Texas this year, but we need you to turn Texas blue. Sign up and join our movement and give what you can, your time, your voice, and your support. Text VOTES to 21333 to get started. Enjoy your convention.
Texas is the biggest battleground state in the country. Our Democratic Party is building a future that is focused in equality and prosperity.
Our mission is innovative, inclusive, and hopeful. We are creating a Texas that we can all believe and thrive in.
Some of the boldest Democrats to navigate the halls of Congress have called Texas home, and some of them have even made their mark on the White House.
Texas produces progressives, trailblazers, and steady-handed leaders alike who consistently push the needle on issue after issue.
Our leaders champion the noblest of causes because we believe that our country is stronger when we celebrate diversity, live our values, and inspire unity.
Texas Democrats have built a movement founded on landmark policies and programs that make America one of a kind.
We safeguard our planet and fight for equal rights. We deliver on building an economy that works for all Texans. We defend a woman's right to choose, and we challenge the inhumane policies that set to tear our country apart.
While Texas Democrats may differ in their approaches, each one of them has fought like hell to change the course of history and leave our state that much more equitable.
We are the party that paves the way for the future because we cannot advance as a society until everyone has a seat at the table. Donald Trump can't win the White House without Texas, and we got a plan to defeat him.
We know that the strength and resilience of our movement means that we can overcome any challenge set before us.
We know that we will succeed because what we are fighting for is humane, it is just, and it is truthful.
Every day, little by little, our movement grows and our chants for justice ring louder.
We are shaping the political future of our state and ensuring that everyone has a fair shot at the American dream.
This is what it means to be a Texas Democrat. Because when we save Texas, we save our democracy.
And when we save our country, we save the world.
Thank you so much. Welcome back, everyone. On the civil side, until recently, the Supreme Court had been a little less overt about their politics, but it's fair to say they're coming on strong and matching the CCA. Justice Triana and I were colleagues for 8 years. Gisela and I, we've talked a lot about judicial philosophy over the years from our Supreme Court. I know our opponents have very different views of the law than us. They subscribe, at least they state they subscribe, to a strict constructionist view of the world, and this understanding that they can interpret the law strictly that was in the mind of the drafters from the time they interpreted the law. They often don't consider the effect that ruling would have or the fairness in the context of the moment. Unfortunately, this approach often lacks common sense and makes judges more like glorified grammarians or copy editors. And we base these decisions and we end up with illogical opinions based on where there is a placement of a comma or whether there's subject-verb agreement. And I know because we've talked about it a lot over the years, Gisela, I think you even think this is one step further, as do I, but what's been your observation over the years about this strict constructionist approach?
Well, you know, having run for election for over 2 decades now, invariably I have heard, oh, those liberal judges, you know, they're just a bunch of activist judges. They just want to get on the bench and they want to make the law, as opposed to us, you know, the Republicans who we don't make law. We're just here, you know, to make sure that it's enforced. And it is quite a hypocrisy. I ran in the primary and I ran in 2018 on the idea that politics should not have anything to do with being a judge, whether it's Democratic politics or Republican politics. And, you know, you look at what the courts have done, what this court has done, and you can see the rank partisanship, whether it's from, you know, Pigeon versus Turner, you know, the case that had to do with same-sex benefits out of Houston, out of Harris County, in which after the Supreme Court, sort of like what they did, the COA did, after the Supreme Court, U.S. Supreme Court came out with Obergefell and said that, you know, being married is a constitutional right and everybody has that right regardless of the gender of the couple. They came back and said, well, we're not sure that necessarily means that they could get the same benefits. You know, they talk about rule of law. I'm a true believer, like I think all of us, in the rule of law, in protecting constitutional rights. And yet, you know, you don't have to go very far, you know, several weeks ago with the whole debacle with the salon owner in Dallas, where there was a law that was clearly not only broken, but was derisively so. Somebody who just stood and said, I'm not going to follow your rules, Governor Abbott. And the Supreme Court came in and, made a mockery of the system and made a mockery of the rule of law. And somehow, the Republicans turned it on the judge who was just doing his job in trying to follow the law that the governor had given us. And so to me, every time somebody says, well, are you a constitutionalist? Or are you, strict interpreter? I think that they have co-opted, as a party, they've co-opted those terms, because it's clear to me that the activists that we see are on their side, that the court that we have, and in case again, they are, bending those words and bending the meaning. And when they want to, and, if they think it's clear from the language of a statute, then they go that way. But if they don't like what that means, then they're going to go ahead and go to somewhere else, whether it's intent or some odd. So we have a court which in this pandemic has shown time and time again that there are no rules. There are no precedents. There is no rule of law. And they're just, doing it as they go along, depending on who is pulling their chain.
Yet another reason why this moment in our history is so important and why these courts matter. I've had the pleasure of campaigning with Judge Clinton during the primary season. And I know, Tina, why don't you tell everyone again why it's so important that we need their help to get elected this November and what they can do to help us right now?
So, interestingly enough, you all know that Texas is the largest battleground state and that the presidency goes through the state of Texas. Vice President Biden's numbers are competitive against Trump, and it shows recently in the May polls that amongst independents that former Vice President Biden is clearly ahead and will win much of the independent and undecided kind of non-partisan vote, people who do not ally themselves with either the Democrats or the Republicans. And in addition to that, Texas is in a very interesting place for other reasons as well. You know that we have 9 House seats that we must flip in order to control the House. And there is an opportunity to also take some of the Texas senatorial areas that have not been ours before. And so we have very, very strong candidates that are running in local district races that are going to be making sure that they get out the vote in much of Texas that has not been competitive before. In addition, Texas Democratic Party has done a phenomenal job. They are rolling out a coordinated campaign all over Texas. And that means that we are going to be able to reach voters that we have not been able to reach before, that we are going to be engaging voters that we have not engaged before. But all of this doesn't happen without every person who is listening to this video, passing it on, inviting others to see this video, inviting others to meet other candidates, either through social media or in person if it is allowed at the time in health and safety. It does not happen without people volunteering and making sure that they understand, that voters understand that their vote this time truly is crucial and that we are at a pivotal point, not only in the United States, but also in the state of Texas. Remember that the only way that we can have fair and balanced courts is with your help and your participation.
So, Judge Birmingham, I know that campaigning during this coronavirus era is very different from the way we ran primaries just a few months ago. What are some of the new and innovative things that you've been able to do? And I know you also, for a long time now, have had a podcaster. You've been a podcaster, you've had your own podcast. So tell me a little bit about how that works and what you're trying to do to communicate with and engage voters right now.
Well, I firmly believe that judges like us, as well as all elected officials, should be accessible to the public and transparent. And I'm hopeful to inspire them in as many creative ways, the people of this great state, to engage with us, because I know us, I know all the people on this wonderful slate. I'm just proud to be part of it. I came up with the idea for a podcast to talk about and break down some of the most famous cases in sort of a documentary type style that have North Texas ties. We did one, the podcast is called A Murderous Design. We did the Charles Tex Watson case. We did a serial killer here in the early 90s called Charles Albright. Of course, there was Jack Ruby. We did a case study on Jack Ruby as well as the Trinity River Massacre. I'm also working on Timothy McVeigh's case in the Oklahoma City bombing. That's not just a way to engage in the voters. I want y'all to know that I eat and sleep this stuff. I mean, I really do like the body, the substance of my job as much as people love sports and movies and music and things like that. I just immerse myself in it. It's also a way for me to teach. I teach at SMU Law School. I teach the students how to break down and analyze these cases because I want them to be better lawyers. And my goodness, do I want to make sure that we don't ever have any wrongful convictions ever again. So that's the reason why I'm doing it, trying to engage everybody. And I want to echo a little bit of what Judge Clinton was saying and just add to this. We can do this in 2020 as long as we show up, we show out, and we vote all the way down the ballot. Please, please vote all the way down the ballot when you hit that voting booth in November.
Well, maybe someday if I'm lucky, I'll get an invitation to appear on your podcast. We'll do one of those important cases and it'll come to a final resolve and we'll do a podcast together.
I would love to do that.
I know, Ms. Chang, Kathy, you're one of the best about getting out there and getting the voters fired up. So tell me about some of the things that you are doing in this time and want to do in this time to communicate to your supporters.
Well, with the social distancing, driving around is probably not the ideal thing. So what I've done is to protect our citizens. What I've done was worked with my mom on creating homemade masks. So Mama Chang's at home cranking out these masks, homemade masks, where you can insert the filter or use your surgical mask to put inside because we have such a dire shortage on this, creating these masks and sending out massive numbers throughout the state of Texas so that we can protect our citizens when they're out there or if they're out there voting for the July runoff or the November election, because we don't know what's going to happen to this pandemic situation. So folks, for those out there watching, if you need them, message me, let me know, I'll send them out.
Thank you. All of that, and all of us are trying to balance home life and work life, all in politics life as well. But I also know Judge Williams, she's been doing her day job. All of us have been doing our day job, but she's been working hard for the people of Texas, for the people of Dallas County. So why don't you tell us a little bit, Stacey, if you would, about some of the challenges of judging right now and everything you've been doing to kind of learn to redo everything that we had done before this and do it in the age of coronavirus and remotely.
I think the hardest thing is turning my courtroom and my chambers into my study at home. So I haven't been back to my court in over 2 months. So we have the laptop computers. Even though we're not conducting jury trials, we're still having bench trials as well as hearings. I still have to sign orders. So my printer is being used extensively as well as my own ink. Getting orders, I have to scan my orders and send them back. I have my own set of file folders. Everything that we had at the court, I have at home. But I think the one thing I miss the most is just interacting with folks. You know, you think that judges just go to court every day and have hearings or trials, but we also conduct marriages, and that is so fun. And I miss having the families come or the excited bride and groom. So I really miss connecting with the folks. And of course, I think we only have 1 minute. I miss giving my Citizen Civil Academy, which is a free nonpartisan program that I created to educate citizens about the civil court process. We've taken it all over Dallas County. We've graduated over 350 students from ages 6 to 92. And again, it teaches them that, you know, their government, this is their government, and these are the various resources. And it's so important because the more engaged that we get our citizens in, the more likely that they're going to take ownership and understand it's not just voting for the president, it's voting entirely down the ballot. Because you're going to have a better chance of meeting us than either of the presidential candidates, or being able to pick up a phone or come to a seminar, hopefully sponsored by one of the judges. So again, I just echo the thoughts and concerns by all my colleagues. We've got a fabulous slate of candidates, and we're ready to lead, and it's time for change.
Finally, talking about some of the things that we're missing in all this. I know that Elizabeth, you have some meaningful stories to me about being a mom and balancing that along with your day job and your legal practice, along with running for office, and some of the things that you might be missing in this time with your kids, or maybe you're having your kids a lot more with you than you ever expected. But tell us a little bit about that.
You know, a lot of times people think that judges just research the law, and we hear hearings and trials, and we're not supposed to show any emotion in court, and they don't think that we're real people with real lives. But we are. We're just like you. I'm a mom, I'm a wife, I'm a daughter. We are real people, and you have a chance to put someone who understands the challenges that you have every day, to put them on the bench. As a wife and mother, I have a son who's a senior in high school right now, who didn't get a chance to have his graduation. I should be going to his graduation soon, but it looks like it may still happen later in the year, and that's fine. We can deal with that, because you have to be flexible, you have to adjust, and you have to just make sure that you understand you take things within balance. Take it a day at a time, be flexible, and that's something I had to learn as a mother, as a lawyer. I think being a mother and a wife has helped me in my private practice and as a judge. Also, I have a daughter who's in college. She had to come home because they shut down all the schools, and now she's back home, had to make an adjustment there. Still have to run my practice, still campaigning for office. But look, you can do it. If you're sitting there thinking, I don't have time to get registered to vote. I don't have time to mail in the form to make sure I get a mail-in ballot. I don't have time to go to the polls. I don't have time to tell someone else to go vote. I'm doing good to go vote myself. Remember, we're all busy. I know you're busy. I am. But you've got to make the time, because this is what makes the change, not just for you, but for your husband, for your wife, for your kids, for your parents. I help take care of my parents. They're in their 80s. That's something else in addition to everything else that I do, that I make sure I do every day. And I know you're doing it too. During this COVID era, it's something unprecedented. And you may be thinking, how do I balance all this? I'm feeling stressed. Well, when we come out of this, and we will, let's come out of it better. Let's make sure we're armed with information on who's running for office. This is your time to go online, do your research on us and who's running, so you can put good people in office who represent your values, who will make sure that they're making justice just a little bit more fair for you. Because we know, just as busy as we are, you're just that busy too. But please take this opportunity to make time to get educated on the candidates who are running, and don't just vote. That's not enough. You've got to tell other people to vote. I know some of you are online. Please send something to someone else that you're watching us right now, that I saw these great candidates, and I didn't know all these wonderful candidates were running for our highest criminal court. How many Supreme Court justices can you name right now? How many judges in the Texas Court of Criminal Appeals can you name? That's not to embarrass you. I couldn't either if I wasn't in this line of work. It's to say, here's your time when you're at home online, learning how to do some things online like I am that I hadn't done before, like Zoom. Take that time to also research the candidates, and you have a really good slate of 7 candidates running for the highest courts in the state of Texas that can change your life. So please don't be too busy to vote. Don't be too busy to tell someone else to go and vote.
Thank you so much, all of you, ladies and Brandon. This was fantastic and so inspiring. Thank you for participating in this panel discussion, and thank you for running. It's an honor and a privilege to run with you. I know what a sacrifice it is to serve, and the voters deserve the opportunity to elect judges who have integrity, who are fair, and who use common sense to interpret the law. Thank you again to the Texas Democratic Party and all of you at home for watching. And thank you to the frontline and essential workers, the doctors, the nurses, the grocery store clerks, and delivery drivers who continue to go to work every day so the rest of us can be safe. You're all our heroes. Thanks, everyone. And hopefully we see you soon on the campaign trail. Stay safe.
Who are we? We are the ones who step up for each other. I've got your back. You've got mine. Kindness, humility, empathy. It's not just talk. It's who we are. It's who we always have been. And no one can take that from us. The movement to bring it back, it started here. And here. And here. In school gymnasiums, community centers, the living room down the block. You'll be where? Okay, we'll be there. Who are we? We're the movement that will beat Donald Trump. Welcome. We're going to have to sweat for it. We're going to have to sacrifice and fight. We're going to have to lead. Everyone is going to have to lead with kindness, humility, empathy, and not just talk, but action. Action today, action tomorrow. Action until we win. And we will win if we do this together. It's who we are. It's who we always have been. Now let's show them.
Coming up next, we have our panel Saving Texas, the Movement to End Gun Violence. Donald Trump can't win the White House without Texas. And that means we have to fight like the future of our state and our country depends on it, because it does. Our party and the Democratic movement we have built is powered by the hundreds of thousands of Texas Democrats who graciously contribute to our efforts. Over the years, thanks to individual donations of $3, $7, and $10, we have built a Democratic infrastructure capable of turning Texas blue up and down the ballot. The support we've received from donors is incredible. These grassroots contributions are the driving force behind our work and our victories. Now we're headed into the most important election of our lifetimes, and we can't take our foot off the gas. We will never stop working to create opportunities for hardworking Texans. We're fighting for strong neighborhood schools, higher incomes for working families, quality healthcare, and an economy that works for everyone. By contributing just $7, you will propel our movement forward and bring us that much closer to flipping Texas. Together, we can win this election. Together, we can change the course of history.
We Democrats believe in the United States of America. We know we're all in this together. We will defeat this plague, we will rebuild our lives, and we will save the planet. To do this, we have to first beat a bully and a liar who relies on hate and fear to divide us. Defeat him, and we will free millions of decent Republicans to work together with us to save the country we love. We must register every eligible voter, and we must help every registered voter vote. The first step is the easiest of all. Text the word Texas to 21333, and let's get started together.
Coming up next, we have our panel Saving Texas, the Movement to End Gun Violence.
Hello, fellow Texas Democrats. Welcome to this session on Saving Texas, the Moment to End Gun Violence. My name is Zeph Capo, and I'm the president of the Texas American Federation of Teachers. And I'm joined today by an exciting panel of experts. I'd like to start with introducing Shannon Watts, the founder of Moms Demand Action. With us as well as Representative Gina Hinojosa, Texas representative for the city of Austin. And also Calandrian Simpson Kemp, with Everytown Survivor Network and a fellow Houstonian. Ladies, welcome to our panel today. I'd like to start with the first question. Why is this issue important to you, and what sparked your advocacy in this field? And Shannon, you started Moms Demand Action. Could you answer that question for us first?
Sure. First, I want to give my Texas cred, which is that I went to high school in Plano, Texas, and spent a lot of my formative years there. So I feel like I have some Texas roots as we have this conversation. But even though I don't live there anymore, you know, this issue is incredibly important to our organization. I started Moms Demand Action back in 2012, just days after the horrific shooting tragedy in Sandy Hook. And I can remember folding laundry as I saw the news come in that there was an active shooter in Newtown, Connecticut, a town I'd never heard of. And at the time, I was a stay-at-home mom. I'd been a stay-at-home mom for about 5 years, was blending a family. I have 5 kids. And I just knew that I had to get off the sidelines. I knew I had to do something. So I started a Facebook page thinking it would be an online conversation about this with other women and moms. I wanted to join something like Mothers Against Drunk Driving, which had been so formative to me back in the 80s when I lived in Plano, Texas. And there wasn't anything like that in existence. And so if you know anything about Type A women, you know that they took that online conversation I started and they turned it into one of the largest grassroots movements in the country right now. We have hundreds of thousands of volunteers, over 6 million supporters. And, you know, when we took on the gun lobby almost 8 years ago, we were very much the David to the NRA's Goliath. And here we are now winning in both state and federal races across the country, fighting for gun sense and electing gun sense champions, passing stronger gun laws, changing our culture by educating people about safe storage. We really have become the Mothers Against Drunk Driving of gun safety.
Shannon, I too recall where I was the day of Sandy Hook. I was in Washington, D.C., and we were actually meeting with AFT on public education policy questions and politics around issues just like this, where we found out that we lost several of our colleagues in that school. So on behalf of our public educators and family members across the country, I want to say thank you for the work that you did, and thank you for your stepping up in reaction on this issue.
Thank you.
Representative Hinojosa, similar to Virginia in 2019, nearly all of the battleground seats in Texas are housed in the fast-growing suburbs, where our polling shows gun safety is a winning issue. What work are we doing alongside of Moms Demanding Action in Texas this year to get gun sense candidates in place?
Well, first, we've already done a lot of work to bring in more Democrats into the legislature, into the House in particular, and those Democrats almost exclusively came from, maybe exclusively came from suburban areas in Texas, and they have been such a breath of fresh air in the Texas House. And so we're now only 9 seats down from taking the Texas House. And of those 9 seats, what you need to understand is that Beto, when he ran for Senate, won all of those districts. And so it's really doable. What I got involved in this work because I'm a mother myself, and it's just not acceptable to moms, regardless of whether you're a Democrat or Republican, that your child is at risk of this kind of violence, and there's nothing you can do about it in terms of protecting your child because it's random. It happens at schools, it happens at theaters, right? There's nowhere you can avoid. So what we can do, though, is we can vote. That's where our power is. And more, I'm hearing from moms and dads and parents that this is just, the status quo is unacceptable. And that this, for many people, this is the single issue on which they vote.
Thank you. Calandria, we know that a couple of those suburban seats are right at home for us in Houston. How can we partner together with Moms Demand Action to make sure that we get those gun sense candidates that we can count on to protect our kids and our families?
Well, as for me, what Americans, especially in Texas, can do to join Moms Demand Action is to really, truly get involved, is really, truly to get your boots to the ground. We are in Texas, so I love to say, put your boots to the ground and do the Texas two-step. You join hands with other moms that are volunteers, that are on the ground, that are phone banking, that are block walking, that are making phone calls, that are having meetings in homes. That is one way that you can get involved, because it's very imperative that we are doing everything that we can do from the ground level to be able to flip the seats.
So this next question is for any of you, and it's a question that's really close to my heart. With so many schools experiencing mass shootings across the nation, how do we help keep our young people focused on their education in the face of near constant anxiety?
I'll take that question. For me as a mom, to lose my son George at age 20 to gun violence, and when I go to the schools and I talk to the children about gun violence in their environments, they are very concerned about how are they going to live. And so they're looking for the adults really that are in leadership to make the pathway safe for them. And so we have to truly focus on how to keep them safe and to really listen to what's in their hearts and their minds, because they are our future. And it's imperative that we all do what we can do to be able to change the environments that we have in order to keep our families safe.
Anyone else would like to add to that? Thank you.
Yeah, I'll just jump in. First of all, I want to thank the AFT for their amazing work on reporting the damage that active shooter drills are causing our kids and students in this country. We know that children who go through these drills are more likely to suffer from depression and anxiety, sleeplessness, worsening school performance. You know, we act like these school shootings that we see in this country are acts of nature, when in fact they're acts of man-made cowardice among our lawmakers who refuse to pass stronger gun laws. If we really want to address our children's safety in this country, we have to intervene on gun violence before it even happens, whether it's background checks or red flag laws, disarming domestic abusers, because what we know from the data is that children are much more likely to be shot and killed at home or in their communities than they are at school. In fact, while horrific, mass shootings and school shootings are about 1% of the gun violence in this country. We need to be focused also on the children and teens who are dying by gun suicide, by unintentional shootings, in domestic violence incidents. About 72% of the children and teens killed in mass shootings in the last decade have died during an incident related to domestic violence. So we need our lawmakers in Texas to pay attention to this issue. It's why our organization will be spending about $8 million in the upcoming election cycle just in Texas in 2020, because we believe that Texans want stronger gun laws. They want to protect their children. And we do that by creating a legislature there that is full of gun sense champions.
That's a great point, because that anxiety comes from so many different directions, from home, from neighborhood, from school. And we're all vested in ensuring that our kids have the safest environment. And Calandrian, I want to thank you. I want to thank you for making sure that your son's memory continues to live, and stepping out and working with us so that other families don't have to go through what you went through. And if there's anything that we can do to be supportive of your work, call on us.
Well, I just want to say that I truly encourage Texans to really get out and get involved with Moms Demand Action. It's not only that I buried my son George, that was one action that I had to do, but sitting on my porch thinking about how did this happen? Where did the guns come from with young adults, the access, how did they get them? And my sons should still be here. But looking around, I couldn't see anybody that looked like me. I didn't really hear anybody fighting for a cause that was going to really be effective to save the lives of our children, yet alone our own selves. And sitting on my front porch, almost a year later, I saw the Wear Orange event on Facebook, and I saw gun violence prevention. It was survivors. And I'm like, they are talking about me. I'm not alone in this, and I can get involved. And that's how I became to get involved with Moms Demand Action. But to see and to interact with so many other survivors, and not just only survivors, but people of the community across this country that are advocates for gun violence, I had no choice but to get involved and get on the front lines to be able to use my pain to say, I may have buried my son, but they have not silenced me. And I'm not afraid. I have to do whatever it must be done to speak for those that have been silenced.
Thank you again for sharing your story. Representative Hinojosa, for far too long, Republican politicians, especially those in Texas, have stoked fears, deepened racial divides, and politically profited from hatred against the rising Texas electorate and new demographics. Now we see the deadly consequences of these tactics. What can we do to prevent the next El Paso shooting?
We call it out every time we see it, and we see it all the time. Unfortunately, it more and more is a hallmark of the Republican Party. And so I know it is frustrating. I know it is tedious. I know we feel like we're never going to change their mind, but we have to call it out every single time we hear it. And that's how we keep from normalizing it in Texas. Look, we see that it results in acts of extreme violence against people, but we see that it affects policy issues on many levels. Here in my own county, for instance, right now during this pandemic, we see that Latinos are disproportionately getting sick with COVID-19, ending up in the hospitals. In part, it's because too many of us don't recognize Latinos as fully human and aren't taking the necessary precautions to protect them working on construction sites, in kitchens of restaurants. It has policy consequences that go beyond this issue, though this issue is very real. So we call it out every time we see it. I want to make one more point on the last question you asked. And it's true, there is tremendous anxiety, but I want to compliment AFT for really getting behind the community schools movement, because part of what we need to do for our kids is make sure that they have the wraparound services, the counseling support, the emotional support, enough adults in a school community to provide that sense of security that kids need in order to thrive when they're in a school setting.
It really is important, because so many of the issues that impact daily life happen at the school. The school is the hub. The school is where parents go. The school is obviously where kids go. And making sure that those resources are at the point of where our people are, where our students are, where our family members are, is vitally important. And thank you for the work to push those things, because frankly, that old adage that students don't care what you know until they know how much you care really applies, particularly in this issue and so many others where the community schools wraparound services can help. So Shannon, what is something you want folks to know who are watching this right now and maybe feel like the NRA is too powerful to take on? What is your advice to them?
Well, if you had told me almost 8 years ago that we would take on one of the wealthiest, most powerful special interests that's ever existed and we would win, that we would beat them, I don't know that I would have believed you, but here we are now in 2020. In 2018, we outspent and outmaneuvered the NRA in the midterm elections. We elected over 1,000 gun sense candidates across the country. We flipped the makeup of 7 state legislatures. And then again in 2019 in Virginia, where the NRA is headquartered, we outspent them 8-1. And we flipped both chambers of the General Assembly. And in the last few weeks, the governor there has signed 5 new strong gun laws. So it can be done. We're doing it. It just takes, I think, a grassroots army to get it done. We have that across the country. We have it in Texas. We have over 400,000 supporters in that state alone. And it's important to know the NRA is weaker than they've ever been, financially, reputationally. Our organization is stronger than it's ever been. Wayne LaPierre, his mishandling of the NRA, he's their CEO, it's resulted in a $100 million hit to the organization just in the last 2 years. We know that gun manufacturers are underwater financially because of what we call the Trump slump. There's no one afraid that the Trump administration will take away their guns, so they're not buying as many. So they are not doing well as an industry, as an organization. And so we're seeing them try to juice gun sales during this horrific pandemic. They're doing it by lying about the guns will make you safer somehow from the coronavirus, saying that the military is going to come for your guns or that there will be food shortages that lead to looting. It's all about fear and anger, and we have to juxtapose that with love and caring and fighting for human life and stronger gun laws. And so Calandrian keeps saying you should join, and you should. This is not about being anti-gun. We're not against the Second Amendment. Many of our volunteers are gun owners or their partners are. This is just about restoring the responsibilities that go along with gun rights. So if you want to join us and get off the sidelines in Texas, you just text the word READY to 64433, and we will help you join either Moms Demand Action or Students Demand Action. And we aren't just women or moms, we're mothers and others. And we have a place for everyone to use their skills to get involved.
Thank you, Shannon, for that. Anything else that you'd like to add from the panel?
I would like to say, when I first got involved with Moms Demand Action and I thought about the NRA, and I was like, oh my God, I was so afraid. I mean, because didn't know anything about it. It just sounds like this big monster that just looms over you and you have no control over anything. But I started thinking about my son. My son, George, played football since he was age 4. And he grew up to be a phenomenal football player. And his last position, George in college played as a free safety. So my husband would always tell him, George, you can't tackle everything from the top. I know you can hit hard, but you can't tackle everything from the top. So if you take their legs, they can't run. And so I started thinking about that and say, you know what? I feel like George was talking to me like, Mom, the NRA is just big. That's okay. But if you just join in with others that look like you, that are on the same cause, and you put your boots to the ground and you start tackling it from the bottom, that eventually over time it'll topple. So this is what Moms Demand Action has done for my family and for many families that look like me across this country, in honor of George and of their loved ones. And so it's not a bad thing. It really gives us a place to put our pain and a place to put action to our pain, to turn it into purpose, to be able to, advocate for others and to save our community and keep everyone safe.
It's proof positive that Calandrian, Shannon, and Gina can really come together to slay Goliath.
Zeph, I want to just add that, and I'm sorry, there's construction going on right next to my house, but I want to just add that the people of Texas are with us on what we're trying to accomplish. Unfortunately, the extreme gun advocates, and I mean extreme, they're just so loud that it's hard to believe that the vast majority of Texans are with us. Close to 90% of Texans support expanding background checks. There was a poll done by Dallas Morning News in February of 2020 that demonstrated that vast majority of Texans support red flag laws, which would give law enforcement and family members an opportunity to go to court and make sure that their loved one is safe against harming themselves or others at a time of crisis, to temporarily remove guns from that loved one. Vast majority of Texans support that. Vast majority of Texans don't think that our lawmakers are doing enough. So what's happening right now is that the Republican Party is beholden to this fringe who votes in their primaries, right? It's just this fringe of Texans. But if we can mobilize people to turn out in November, then we can completely overwhelm at the voting box this fringe. And so it's all about getting people out, getting the vast majority of people out to vote. I have a staffer who says we should make a bumper sticker that says, "Get out the normal vote," because most regular normal people think we need to do more to protect our communities from gun violence.
I completely agree. We allow people that are loud and focused on self to sometimes override the good judgment of the overwhelming majority of the rest of us that just want to go through their day-to-day lives in a safe environment to care for one another and to support growth and happy surroundings. And the only way that we're going to be able to do that is to lock arms with one another, to vote, to make sure our voice is heard, to support people that are standing up to do the work and get this message out. So I want to thank all of you for everything that you're doing, not only to further the cause, but to help move Texas in the right direction.
As Democrats, what are we fighting for? For the workers, for the dreamers and asylum seekers, for the mothers, fathers, sons, and daughters, for those with disabilities, for seniors, for healthcare, for the planet, for our bodies, for equality, for love, for education, for safer schools, neighborhoods, and communities, for a secure retirement, for opportunity, for a fair wage, for veterans and Gold Star families, for the forgotten, for our values, for truth, for progress, for our democracy, for our country, for our future. We are the party of the people. We are Democrats.
Hi, I'm Joe Moody, State Representative from El Paso. This year has brought us unprecedented challenges, but has also given us an unprecedented opportunity. We can change the face of Texas, and that starts with you joining our movement. You can step up today by texting VOTES, VOTES, to 21333. I look forward to working with you in the months ahead. Enjoy the convention.
a lot of times it does. If you believe in what public service is all about, it shouldn't matter. Really, it's like Barack Obama when he decided to push for the Affordable Care Act. We knew that there was going to be consequences for that, and he did it anyway. And we ended up losing both houses of Congress and a lot of state legislatures as a result of that. That's what the way Ann Richards was. She didn't believe the concealed weapons law. And she was a hunter. She had weapons. And because she opposed it, she vetoed the bill, she lost the election for that reason. But she did what she thought was right. When Lyndon Johnson passed the Civil Rights Act, he even told Ben Barnes, we're going to lose the South as a result of this. And he was right. The South became Republican. But he knew that it was the right thing to do. I mean, that's what public service is all about. You make decisions based on what's best for the people of your state or your district or your country, and you don't worry about the political consequences for you. And that's what Democrats stand for. We believe that they will always, any day of the week, step up and do the right thing no matter the consequences.
Some recent stories have noted that tragically both COVID-19 and gun violence have a disproportionate impact on Black and Brown communities. What can we do to address that?
What we need to do to be able to address this is because it's very significant during this time, especially in the communities of color where you've already have been experiencing just on a daily basis economic issues, family issues, school issues with the children. To be able to look at the full effect of what COVID-19 is doing and how it is increasing gun violence. And so we have to look at ensuring that the laws that we have on the books are enforced. We have to take a look at make sure that mental health services are available for people that are going through this stressful time. Making sure that we are using putting resources out there about be smart, about ensuring that guns are being locked up. Because you think about it, so many people think that the fear of not having, you're already in a destitute situation, and then when you listen to the news, there's a meat shortage, there's a toilet paper shortage, there's all kind of shortages going on that is really stressing the family even thinner. So to think about having so many guns in homes and that children can have access to them, or that those domestic abusers are there and have those access to guns, and it's just increasing the deaths of citizens. And so I believe that we have to continue to push out resources to keep people safe.
And I would, Clancy, you're just right on. When we look at gun violence, this is a health epidemic in our country. Now it's exacerbating the other epidemic we already have going on, which is our gun violence crisis. It kills about 40,000 Americans every single year, over 100 Americans every day. And that is going to reduce or result in more domestic gun violence, in more unintentional shootings, in more gun suicide. There was a historic number of gun sales in March and April. And in March, about 3.7 million background checks were performed alone, 200,000 of those in the state of Texas. Many of these to first-time gun buyers who may not have to have a lot of training, may not know how to securely store a gun. So long after the coronavirus crisis ends, the implications of those gun sales will be with us, whether it's, again, gun homicide, gun suicide, unintentional shootings for years to come. And our healthcare workers are on the front line now of dealing with both of these crises. If you look in marginalized communities, they have suffered from an underinvestment in their neighborhoods for many, many years. And it's, again, exacerbating both COVID and gun violence. And so we need to make sure, and this is what our organization is doing, that states are allocating resources and funding to these communities to fund things like violence interruption and intervention programs. We know these work. Near where I live in Oakland, there's a program called Youth Alive, where they train teens to go into high schools and interrupt gun violence before it begins. Those funds are under severe jeopardy because governors right now are worried about how to allocate the funds they have given under unemployment and the healthcare crises that they're experiencing that are all taking a toll on their budgets. We have to make sure that they remember that these programs are important too to the safety of our communities. And so if you join Moms Demand Action, no matter where you live, whether it's Texas or in another state, you can get involved in encouraging municipalities and state governments to supply the fundings for these programs, especially needed during the summertime.
And I'll just add to that, that in Texas, all of our urban areas are run by Democrats. And there is value in local efforts to have gun buyback programs. And so if we can get more guns off the streets and out of people's homes when they don't need them, then they're less likely to be stolen and used. They're less likely to be unintentionally used by a child. And what we also need to do is make sure people understand facts. You may feel more safe when you buy a gun, but the data shows that you're not more safe when you have a gun. And in fact, you're more likely to die by gun violence if you own a gun. I think the rate is 2 to 3 times more likely to die by gun violence if you own a gun. So in actuality, the data shows it's not making us more safe at a time when people are really focused on providing basic needs, food on the table. I think that opportunities for families to go ahead and turn in that gun in exchange for some pocket money, now might be the time to do it.
Yeah, exactly. And Shannon, you mentioned definitely the need for more funding for specific programs. Rep. Hinojosa, you talked about utilizing that funding to buy back more guns. Are there other things our leaders could do to keep people safe from gun violence during this pandemic?
Yes. If you look at a federal level, we know the Trump administration recommended through DHS that gun stores be considered essential businesses. It's just a recommendation. It's not a mandate. We have started a petition to ask them to retract that recommendation. Meanwhile, the ATF has made it more easy to buy guns curbside, if you can believe that, during an epidemic, a health epidemic. And also, we know that the Department of Justice has just put up a red flag saying they're very concerned about domestic gun violence given the incredible increase in gun sales over the last 2 months. So the Trump administration organizations are not talking to one another clearly. And it's why we have encouraged governors to give law enforcement more time to complete background checks. In this country, there's something called the Charleston loophole. It's named that because it's how the Charleston shooter got the gun he took into a church in Charleston and killed 9 Black worshipers. He should never have had a gun. He had a long criminal history, which meant that his background check took longer. The federal law says that a licensed gun dealer may sell a gun without a background check after 3 days. And so what happens is you have this backlog of guns because of the coronavirus crisis, and it often takes more than 3 days, and law enforcement don't have the time they need. Governor Gina Raimondo in Rhode Island has given lawmakers more time, and other governors should follow her lead. The other thing that we can do is advocate for more money during these stimulus packages that will go to domestic violence and suicide hotlines. We know that calls to those hotlines are increasing exponentially, and they need the money in order to be able to handle those incoming calls. And then finally, Calandrian has mentioned Be Smart a couple of times. That's our program at Moms Demand Action that teaches gun owners about responsible gun storage. The guns need to be locked, unloaded, and separate from ammunition when there are children in the home or in someone's car. 4.6 million kids in this country live in homes with unsecured guns, and that was before the historic number of gun sales last month, right? So we saw that there were really no incidents of gun violence on school campuses across the country in March and April. But guess what? When kids start to go back to school in the fall, we know that most so-called school shooters are actually students who have gotten access to unsecured guns in their homes. And I'm really worried about what happens in August and September in this country. So that's another program that we have seen a lot of elected officials support us recently. We just created an ad and a video that people can see if they go to besmartforkids.org. And it will educate you about responsible gun storage, but also how to ask other parents and family members when you send your kids to their homes about how, if they have guns and how they're secured.
Thanks for that. And Shannon, could you give us that website one more just to make sure everybody got it?
Yep, it's besmartforkids.org, and the hashtag we use on Twitter is besmart.
Thank you.
Zeph, you know, one of the reasons that I got involved in this is because as a lawmaker, I've come to learn how incredibly lax our laws are in Texas. And one thing that I've learned over the interim, and that I'll be filing a bill on next session, is that under the Trump administration, they have changed the interpretation of the Brady Act so that now within a state, and this is a national problem for most states, but within a state, someone can have an active warrant for their arrest, even for murder, walk into a licensed gun shop and pass a background check and buy a gun. And in fact, something just like that happened in the district I represent, which is how I came to learn about this issue. There's a park in my district named Pease Park. And on a hot summer day, this last summer, almost 100 degrees, there was a man in the park with an assault-style weapon and a scope and a tripod. And he had purchased that gun in Austin from a licensed gun dealer and passed a background check, despite the fact that he had an active warrant for his arrest in Houston for assault. Even the gun store owner who sold him the gun says, that's outrageous. That should have never happened. He should have not been able to pass a background check. And he was aghast that he was part of that, and he didn't want to be part of that. And so that's just one example of some of the basic laws that we need to pass to make the citizens of Texas more safe. If the federal government won't act, and they're not acting now, then the elected officials, the public leaders in this state have a responsibility to do what we can to keep Texans safe. And we need a law that says if you have an active warrant for your arrest, you should not be able to buy a gun.
Yeah, that's a dangerously, extremely dangerous hole that we definitely need to close. Thank you for your work on trying to move that. Now, because of the work the three of you have been doing and so many others across the country with you, there has been some significant progress on safer gun laws. But at the same time, it also feels like the violence now borders on an epidemic. How do you stay focused and optimistic when it comes to tackling these issues on a daily basis?
Well, you know, I can speak to my experience. You know, I wake up and do this work every single day now for almost 8 years as a full-time volunteer. And what keeps me motivated, first of all, are people like Calandrian, who are survivors of gun violence, who have taken that pain and turned it into purpose, who are working on this issue so selflessly to save the lives of others, which I think is heroic. But it's also because we're winning. We, again, have taken on one of the most powerful and wealthy interests that's ever existed, and we are beating them. We have passed background check laws now in 22 states. We have passed something called the red flag law, which allows families or police to get a temporary restraining order to remove the guns from someone who is dangerous to themselves or others, in 19 states. And we've also passed laws that disarm domestic abusers in 28 states. That is significant progress. We have a 90% track record in the last 5 years, every year, of stopping the NRA's agenda in state houses. And those are bills like forcing guns into K-12 schools, forcing guns on a college campuses, stand your ground, something called permitless carry. And so without Moms Demand Action, you know, these bills would have sailed through state houses, and really the NRA's agenda would have been accomplished by now. Instead, the NRA is weaker than they've ever been. We're stronger than we've ever been. 2020 elections will be a pivotal moment for our movement. We need to elect a gun sense president. We need to flip the Senate. We think we can. We need to hold the House and also to continue to change the makeup of state legislatures. And we know, as Representative Hinojosa said, we know that lawmakers in Texas and constituents generally support stronger background checks. They support a red flag law. They support disarming domestic abusers. It's just some of the leadership, particularly on the Republican side, that have stood in the way for so long. In fact, after the El Paso shooting, they went in and passed about 10 bad new laws to do the bidding of the gun lobby. So we have to take back control of the legislature to make it a gun sense majority so that it reflects the will of Texans, which is frankly a much more diverse and young demographic than many states in this country. There's no reason we can't win there.
And also what keeps me going is because, I mean, I could smile today. I couldn't smile 7 years ago. I didn't think that I was ever going to smile again, but I can piggyback off of everything that Shannon has said, because when I made the decision to leave the cemetery and tell my son, I felt like he said, Mom, you've done everything you can do to help me in my life. You go out there and you help others. And to be a part of this tremendous movement that is winning and making changes, I can smile today. And it keeps me moving because that beautiful face that you see behind me, I would never, ever on this earth see that child again. George Kemp is gone from this earth. He is no longer, he's not at college. He's not married with children. He is no longer in this atmosphere. I sit not even a couple feet away from his room. It is forever empty. So the love that I have for my son and the passion that I have to see other children running and thriving and being in a place where they're supposed to be, it keeps me moving because I know that through this organization and a lot of many other grassroots organizations that we are on the ground and we are doing everything that we can do to ensure that we keep our community safe by passing these common sense gun laws. To be able to hop on a bus to go to Austin for Advocacy Day and to pass up the cemetery, I felt my son say, Mom, tell him I was here. I said, I can do that. And so that's why I would never get off this battlefield for my son and for others. So that is what's keeping me going. And I will smile all the way knowing that we are winning.
He will definitely not be forgotten. But thank you for keeping other mothers and other families from having to go through what you did. We appreciate that from the bottom of our hearts.
Thank you.
So talk to us a little bit about some of your sources of inspiration. Calandria, and I think definitely you were just talking about one of yours, and it's obviously is George and his memory and things. Are there others that inspire you in this work, or are you Representative Hinojosa whenever you're on the legislative battlefield?
Well, what inspires me, I'm sorry, what also inspires me too is the grassroots efforts that I have done here in Houston. We have done a No More Bloodshed Peace Walk. We've done One Houston, One Hood school initiatives where we go in and talk to the students that are in these hard-hitting areas where gun violence is so high. When you can, for my grandson that was 4 years old at the time that George was murdered, he always kept saying, Nana, where's George? Where's my uncle? Where's uncle? And I had to just tell him the truth. I didn't make a decision to make up a fairy tale. I told him the truth. So one Saturday, we was on our way to a peace walk in one of the areas that was hard hitting with gun violence. And in the back seat, he says, Nana, when I get older, are they going to put me in a box like Uncle George? Wow. And I just got a lump in my throat and I paused and I said, hell no, they're not. I made the decision that because of Evan and my other grandchildren that are still here, I have the responsibility to clear the pathway for them and then to go to the high schools and listen to the children in an assembly. But in their drama class, they had a list of students of their friends that had lost their life to gun violence, and nobody was addressing that issue. And so I told them, let's bring it out, let's talk about it. And so to help kids deal with their trauma, I want them to know that this African woman of color, I hear them. I hear them about what's happening in their communities on a daily basis. And so that is what keeps me going. I tell those students, you stay in your place and getting your education. I want you to be happy. Enjoy your lunch. But George Kemp's mama, I'm going to stay on the front lines for you. So this is what inspires me to keep moving.
And I just want to say, Calandrian, it's stories like yours and your passion and your determination that help keep me going. So thank you for inspiring me and inspiring so many others. And I also too want to say that the way that young people have stepped up on this issue has really inspired me. When we had a March for Our Lives rally, maybe the second to the Women's March, the biggest rally I've seen at the Texas Capitol. Here were young people who are, by the way, harassed by these gun extremists, and I've witnessed it in the Texas Capitol, and it's shameful. But they stand up and speak with shaky voices because they just know that status quo is wrong, and they call it out. And I decided if they can do that, and if they have the courage to do something that must be so scary for them, then I can use my voice and the little bit of power that I have to bring attention to this issue and fight back. And so there's my inspiration. And I also know it's just a matter of time before we get there in Texas.
You know, that was probably one of the proudest moments of my career, when I was actually organized by a young person leading the March for Our Lives campaign in Houston, when they invited me to speak at that event, just to be able to see their work and what their teachers had put into them and their families had put into them, to be able to lift their voice and actively take on their voice and step up to those people that were harassing and bullying them and infringing upon their right and freedom to speak out for what they believe in, was one of the most moving experiences that I've had. And I can only imagine that feeling for everybody across the country with the work that y'all are doing. So last question, what are you most proud of when you think about what you've been able to accomplish related to the issue of gun violence prevention? Shannon?
You know, I never imagined that, again, this online conversation I thought I was having back in 2012 would turn into one of the largest grassroots movements in this country of mothers and others. And thankfully now students, through Students Demand Action, which is the largest student-led anti-gun violence movement in the country. And the fact that we're taking on the NRA and we're winning, we are working on this issue legislatively, culturally, electorally, and we just continue to grow. You know, there have been many moments where I thought, okay, you know, is this organization going to go backwards, or this movement, or will people be interested in other things, or you know, will they feel demoralized? Because sometimes this feels like an uphill battle in many states, and it's been just the opposite. I find we're most energized in those places where sometimes this issue can seem hardest. That includes a place like Texas. Again, we have about 400,000 supporters in the state who are ready to take on this election in 2020. They're ready to win. And I'm just incredibly proud of all of these people who've made history by getting off the sidelines finally and getting involved and making a real difference.
Gina, Calandrian, anything you'll want to add to that we can?
I can just say that what I am most proud of is to be a part of the vision that Shannon Watts had. Not knowing that when she started that group on Facebook in her kitchen, that I still would eventually one day, because of the loss of my son, have a place to come to be able to be empowered by my story, but also to have a place to put action. And so to see, sometimes you feel like, oh, I hear about another shooting, or I still hear gunshots, or, you know, there's another mass shooting, or the news is so infiltrated with shootings in the community. Sometimes you feel like, am I on the right path? Oh, I'm exhausted. No, it's not a marathon. We have to take this day by day and to know that we're here, we're not going anywhere, and we are winning. And so that is what inspires me, and that is what motivates me. So thank you, Shannon, for all that you have done for me.
No, thank you. We are indebted to your hard work.
And I'm proud, really, to be a part of a movement that has some of the bravest, strongest people in it, and to be able to do my work on the inside while you all do the really important work of pushing on the outside to make change happen. My first legislative session 2 sessions ago, I was the lone mom on the Public Safety and Homeland Security Committee that heard all these bills, and it was overwhelming. And now we got 12 more Democratic members, many of them moms themselves, who have taken up the challenge. And Vicki Goodwin is a Democrat from Austin who flipped a district, who sits on that committee now, herself a survivor of gun violence, and just fights for us on that committee. And there's so many more. So we're growing the movement. I'm just so proud to be a part of it.
Thank you, and I'm proud to serve on this panel with the three of you, and best of luck to continue your work. I know that we all hope for a day when gun violence is something that's part of our past. And to all you Texas Democrats out there watching today, the proudest that you could make all of us on this panel is to get out and vote, to make sure that you're talking to others to get out and vote, that believe that families like Calandrian's deserve a safe environment, that Shannon's work doesn't have to continue because we don't have families that are impacted by gun violence anymore. Support Gina Hinojosa and reps like her that are moving for safer gun-safe laws and safer environments for all of us in Texans. Make us proud and show what Texan values are really about. They're about people, they're about families, and they're about each other. Thank you for spending this time with us on this panel today.
Hey, it's Brett. We can win big in Texas this year, but we need you to turn Texas blue. Sign up and join our movement and give what you can, your time, your voice, and your support. Text VOTES to 21333 to get started. Enjoy the convention.
Coming up next, we have our featured session, Texas Democrats and Our Growing Movement. Stay tuned.
Texas is the biggest battleground state in the country. Our Democratic Party is building a future that is focused in equality and prosperity.
Our mission is innovative, inclusive, and hopeful. We are creating a Texas that we can all believe and thrive in.
Some of the boldest Democrats to navigate the halls of Congress have called Texas home, and some of them have even made their mark on the White House.
Texas produces progressives, trailblazers, and steady-handed leaders alike who consistently push the needle on issue after issue.
Our leaders champion the noblest of causes because we believe that our country is stronger when we celebrate diversity, live our values, and inspire unity.
Texas Democrats have built a movement founded on landmark policies and programs that make America one of a kind.
We safeguard our planet and fight for equal rights. We deliver on building an economy that works for all Texans. We defend a woman's right to choose, and we challenge the inhumane policies that set to tear our country apart.
While Texas Democrats may differ in their approaches, each one of them has fought like hell to change the course of history and leave our state that much more equitable.
We are the party that paves the way for the future because we cannot advance as a society until everyone has a seat at the table. Donald Trump can't win the White House without Texas, and we got a plan to defeat him.
We know that the strength and resilience of our movement means that we can overcome any challenge set before us.
We know that we will succeed because what we are fighting for is humane, it is just, and it is truthful.
Every day, little by little, our movement grows and our chants for justice ring louder.
We are shaping the political future of our state and ensuring that everyone has a fair shot at the American dream.
This is what it means to be a Texas Democrat. Because when we save Texas, we save our democracy.
And when we save our country, we save the world. Donald Trump can't win the White House without Texas, and that means we have to fight like the future of our state and our country depends on it, because it does. Our party and the democratic movement we have built is powered by the hundreds of thousands of Texas Democrats who graciously contribute to our efforts. Over the years, thanks to individual donations of $3, $7, and $10, we have built a democratic infrastructure capable of turning Texas blue up and down the ballot. The support we've received from donors is incredible. These grassroots contributions are the driving force behind our work and our victories. Now we're headed into the most important election of our lifetimes, and we can't take our foot off the gas. We will never stop working to create opportunities for hardworking Texans. We're fighting for strong neighborhood schools, higher incomes for working families, quality healthcare, and an economy that works for everyone. By contributing just $7, you will propel our movement forward and bring us that much closer to flipping Texas. Together, we can win this election. Together, we can change the course of history. Coming up next, we have our featured session, Texas Democrats and Our Growing Movement. Stay tuned.
Thank you for tuning in to our Texas Democrats and Our Movement panel. Texas is the biggest battleground state in the country, and let me tell you, we've been waiting a long time for this moment. Our Democratic Party is building a future that is grounded in equality and unity. Our mission is innovative, inclusive, and hopeful. We are fighting back against the inhumane politicians and policies that seek to tear our country apart and who have been succeeding at it for several years now. But it's important to note that this isn't just about fighting back. More so than anything else, this election and this movement we've created are about fighting for our values. It's about working together to build a Texas that we can all believe in, even if the Republican Party vanished before our eyes, which to some extent it has under Donald Trump. We would still be here working to bridge societal divides and bring our country closer together. On this panel today are the Democratic leaders who are the backbone of our party's efforts. And with that, let me introduce Manny Garcia, the Executive Director of your Texas Democratic Party, Cliff Walker, your Deputy Executive Director, Lauren Pulley, your Chief Technology Officer, and Brooklyn Mosley, your Coordinated Campaign Director. Hey, welcome to the panel, everyone.
Thanks, Brittany.
So why don't we start with some introductions? Manny, you want to kick us off?
Sure. I'm Manny Garcia, our Executive Director. I've been with this party since December 2013. Started as Communications Director here and stuck with the party ever since. Been around politics, I guess, since 2007, where I started doing policy work at UT Austin. In education policy, and I caught the bug and been in politics or policy in some form or another since then.
Awesome. Cliff, you want to introduce yourself to everyone watching from home?
Sure. Thank you, Brittany. My name is Cliff Walker. I'm the Deputy Executive Director, of the Texas Democratic Party. I've been with the party and had a few titles over the years. This is my 5th year with the party. I joined to help launch an effort to support candidates, particularly those who are running for local office. Before joining the party, I had the opportunity to work with state house candidates, electing them, working the legislative session, led our state house caucus, and helped kick off Battleground Texas in 2013. But since then, it's been a wild ride, and it's just amazing to see the team that we've been able to build in the last year in particular.
Cool. Lauren, you want to introduce yourself to everyone?
Yeah, I'm Lauren, and I'm the Chief Technology Officer here at the Texas Democratic Party. I'm originally from Texas, though spent a lot of my adult life on the East Coast working in the private sector. And about May of 2016, when it was clear that Donald Trump was going to get the nomination, I had an opportunity to join the Clinton campaign, which was really, really exciting and was sort of my first foray into politics and learning a little bit about what data and tech in the political space might be. And after that, I went back to the private sector, but in 2018, really wanted to get back involved in politics and was looking for opportunities and got introduced to Cliff and some other great folks at the Texas Democratic Party and decided it was time to come home. So I've been at the party for a little over 2 years, started as the data director, helping make sure that all of our campaigns and county parties are running data-driven campaigns, and was recently appointed to be the Chief Technology Officer, overseeing all of our tech, data, and security needs.
Hi, everybody. My name is Brooklyn Mosley, and I am the Coordinated Campaign Director. I started in April, and I've been hitting the ground running. I'm really excited to be here. Before this, I worked for Senator Warren's presidential campaign. Before that, I worked in the Kansas Democratic Party as Coordinated Campaign Director, where we were able to flip the gubernatorial seat and get Governor Laura Kelly elected, and then also we're able to flip a red to blue congressional seat. And I'm really happy to be here, and I came up through red state organizing, and I think that has made me very prepared to turn Texas blue this year.
And with that, I will be our moderator today. My name is Brittany Switzer, and I am your Senior Brand Director at the Texas Democratic Party, happily leading up our comms, digital, and research shops. All right, so our first question, I'm gonna hit this one over to you, Manny. As you mentioned, you started at the party in 2013, and I was super excited to start, I guess, shortly after you did. We've been in this work for quite a while together. When you reflect on the Texas Democratic Party when you started and the Texas Democratic Party today, what are some changes that really stick out to you?
Well, it's just light years different. I think we now really get to say that we're the foundation of electoral work in Texas, and we get to support our candidates, our campaigns, other organizations, allies, through all of the kinds of things that we do, from our Rockstar Data team to our branding, our messaging, our work with candidates and bringing people together and pushing on campaigns, and just the innovation that we're able to do. I think we've been able to build an operation that has the respect of our allies and has the respect of a lot of state parties across the country. And they're beginning to see the kind of innovation that we do here. And really, it's because of the incredible talent that we have. All of you who have been so great in building up this party and making us this sort of powerhouse organization and the kinds of things that we're able to do. But, I think years ago, there simply wasn't trust. There wasn't trust in the state Democratic Party. There wasn't trust in the partisan infrastructure to be able to accomplish things and support things and push the ball, move the ball forward. And we built that little by little by getting good people around the table, doing bigger and bigger things, launching projects, being smart, and just trying to experiment and figuring things out. And it's taken a lot of years to get where we're at now. But it's exciting. I mean, we finally have been able to assemble this team that I think our candidates up and down the ballot can be proud of and can feel really supported by.
Cliff, I know that you were kind of the next to join the party from everyone on this panel. What are some changes that stick out to you from before you joined and now?
Sure. Well, it really dawns on me, and just to extend some of Manny's comments, that what state parties have to do is fairly limited, right? There are a handful of things that state parties have to do. And I joined the party because I had an idea that we should do a little bit more to help candidates. And the state party was incredibly welcoming and said, let's run with that. And that's been every single great idea that we are running with right now, is because the party has become a hotbed of innovation. I'm going to brag on Lauren, our data team in years past had been limited to making sure that we turn on the van accounts, giving people some measure of support as much as we could. And there's a lot of really important work that got done then, but now we've just taken it into hypergear. And we've been able to go well beyond simply offering van access to making sure that there is a library of support, that we're continually offering new ideas and how to make it a little bit easier to use a tool that people may not have used before. We're running analytics, we're building models, we have reporting staff. And these are all things that we've been able to do because this has been the most constructive, welcoming environment for bright new ideas and a team that says, we may not know how to do it right now, but we're going to figure it out. That's been the joy of my professional career.
So Lauren, Cliff definitely brought up your name and how, you have really turned our data shop around and made it, the best data department at a state party in the country. You want to talk a little bit about your team and how, when you started, where the program was at and like everything y'all are doing now?
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a great privilege to be able to be a part of the team at the Texas Democratic Party and to be able to really grow our data team. When I started, there were 2 of us on the team, and we're now up to 5, which is incredibly, incredibly exciting. It's really our team's dream and mission and goal to make sure that all of our campaigns and county parties up and down the ballot are able to run data-driven campaigns. Very few of these campaigns are going to have their own data person on staff. And so it's our team's mission to make sure that they feel supported, that they are being efficient with their voter contact, efficient with their resources, have a clear path of how they're going to win, what they need to get done between now and November, and all of the support that they need in order to do that. A couple of things that we've been working on that I'm incredibly excited about. First, we are the first state party to have released our own partisanship model. Our Texas partisanship model helps our campaigns and our county parties identify which voters are likely to vote Democratic. And typically campaigns rely on national models, but the challenge with those is that those rely very heavily on party registration. And as you may know, in Texas, we don't have party registration. Not only do we not have party registration, we have a lot of people who are constantly switching primary parties because they're just not competitive primaries in the party that they really affiliate with in their district. And that makes these models really, really challenging. And as we need to be efficient with the voter contact that we're doing, we need to make sure that we are contacting the people that are most likely to resonate with our message, or contacting the Democrats or the ones that we can persuade to be Democrats, and being really, really efficient with our resources. So we made a really big and bold decision to bring in our targeting director, Hudson. And this is something that really no one had ever done. Most folks are using vendors or sort of third parties to do this, to build our own partisan model. And it was really, really important to do this work in-house, to have an expert who's done a lot of work in this space, an expert who can not only build us a model, but work directly with campaigns and county parties to make sure that everybody is getting the guidance, the advice, and has the data that they need in order to run these campaigns. This model is also going to be really helpful for us in better understanding the unregistered voters, or the people who are just newly registering on our Texas voter file. We know that registration is going to be a really, really important part of winning in 2020. And as soon as those new voters are registering, it's important for us to have some sense of what their partisan lean is going to be. And this model gives us a really strategic advantage in doing that. Both the model as well as the other support, the rest of the support that my team is able to provide, are going to help give guidance in reporting and strategy to all of our campaigns and county parties, so they have the tools, the resources, the data that they need to run these great data-driven campaigns.
And so one of the things I think that's so great about this call that we're doing right now is that we kind of have someone who's joined the team from every single different cycle. So we've got a few of us who started in the 2014 cycle, someone who started in 2016, Lauren started in 2018, and now we have Brooklyn Mosley as a part of the team, a part of our 2020 squad. Brooklyn, what is something that attracted you to Texas?
What attracted me to Texas is that Texas is really going to set the tone for the next decade for like what democratic politics look like. It shows that progress is not built in a day. It takes a long time. Many of you have been working on this for a very long time, and we're actually going to see the fruits of the labor kind of come up in November. So the biggest thing is it's going to be a challenge. It's going to be one of those things that we're going to have to all work really hard. I know in 2018, everyone talked about a blue wave. There's no such thing as a blue wave. It's the work that people have done. We just see it all in one moment. So the biggest thing for me is that Texas is definitely the biggest battleground state in the country. It's going to take a lot of hard work, but also I know that there's super talented people who are doing very innovative things, and I just really wanted to be a part of that.
I think I completely agree. And that brings us into our next question. So I think I want to start this question off with Cliff. Cliff, what moment did you know that Texas had become the biggest battleground state in the country? And can you tell everyone who's watching this a bit about that moment for you?
What moment in particular? So, well, I've been a believer for a long time. And I have to look back to election night in 2018, and I remember being at the Driscoll Hotel when we had our election night party. And I mean, there was so much that was just remarkable about that night. As we were watching the returns come in across the state, and Manny tells the story too. Lauren was there. Many of us were there. But I remember sitting with some of our statewide candidates, with Lauren, who's going over the numbers, with Manny, and it's 9 o'clock at night, and we're still waiting for some of the returns to come in before we can have a clear idea as to whether or not what the results were going to be. And the very fact that it was 9 o'clock at night and we didn't know who the winner was in Texas was a pretty remarkable thing. And as we watched the returns come in and did analysis on everything else, I mean, it was a vindication of a lot of what we had been saying for the last several years. You know, in 2016, Manny and I were going out there talking to supporters and saying that Texas was structurally a single-digit state. In 2018, we said we've really got a shot to flip this. And we've been dragging some folks along across the country who are now waking up and realizing that we are the biggest battleground state in the country. But that night was vindication. Of course, we would have loved to have flipped the state that night. But I woke up the next day knowing full well that 2020 was going to be the year that we can win it all.
So I remember that night, and it was just like, it was something else. But like Cliff said, like, it's part of this process. Like, we've seen some growth over time, and we've been, I think, fighting, pushing people to say, you know, like, we have an opportunity here, and look at what's going on. Just look at the numbers. They're there. If we support our candidates, we can get there. Like, the raw potential is here. And, you know, for me and we saw that spark in 2014 for a lot of us. We saw Winnie Davis's filibuster and Leticia Van Putten, the kind of suddenly just different electoral environment in Texas, where tons of new organizations, lots of new energy, a lot of new talent came in. And it was just suddenly so exciting to be in Texas politics, to be a Democrat, to do things. And while we got our butts kicked that cycle, I mean, I think we started a lot of cool things that really have come to fruition over time. And I remember in 2016 on election night that while the world was devastated and we were all hurting, that, you know, we're seeing results from the battleground states, and we're seeing Donald Trump coming in, and we're seeing all results. And they were coming in as we sort of predicted, that we're going to be a single-digit state. And we're starting to see huge moves in Harris County and huge moves in a lot of suburban Texas. And we're just thinking, you know, this is a horrible night for this country, but there is something here. There is a path here. And it really crystallized for me in January 2017, where just right at the beginning of the year, Cliff held a webinar. So you want to run for office, and there was 1,000 people on that call. And then you saw the rallies, and then you saw the energy, and then you heard that Beto wanted to run for office, and then you saw all these candidates come out. But just like right there, I mean, people were fired up. They wanted to fight back, and just early on in January 2017, I mean, something just completely had changed in Texas, and there was just going to be no stopping it.
Yeah, I completely agree right there with both of y'all. Like 2016 election night was very hard for this country, but then we looked at our successes in Texas, and it was really amazing to be a single digit state after 2016. And then 2018 election night, I think a lot of folks also remember watching CNN, and Texas hadn't been called. Texas was even bright blue on that map for a long time, and we just didn't know what was going to happen. And I think that moment really just solidified all of the hard work that everyone here has been doing for years. So as Texas has become the biggest battleground state, we kind of talked about how things have changed a little bit since years previous. And now that we're here, the biggest battleground state, do you want to tell everyone watching kind of a little bit about like how our obligations have changed as a party? And what are some of the new innovative programs that we are running?
I think this is Brooklyn all day long. I mean, like this is because it really was like we did a lot of work to come to a point where we could finally run like a coordinated campaign in Texas, a true coordinated campaign in Texas, where candidates were working with us, where in every single department we were able to do something, and like. Now we finally got somebody that's like experienced, innovative, can like take over the reins here. And so Brooklyn, I mean, this is like what is your vision? How are we going to get this thing done?
All right. Well, thank you, Manny. So our goal is by the time we get to Election Day, we should have 1,000 field organizers and canvassers on the ground, making sure that we are taking every vote with us to flip Texas blue. We already have some of the most talented and dedicated staff already engaging with our communities and meeting them where we are. So I'm talking about our coalition, which is our Latinx community, our AAPI, African Americans, our disability community, and then also our youth communities. The coordinator is very lucky that we have some of the most talented data people that we were able to work with at the TDP. So we were able to ensure that data and technology is meeting efficient direct voter contact. And then just dealing with COVID, our team has already shown its flexibility. So our team literally thought that they will be knocking on doors basically at this time, but they were able to pivot on the dime. So we have already created like our digital community space. So we have Connect Texas, which is already bringing people together. We have community captains to ensure that people are able to reach out into their communities and say, hey, we're Democrats, but we also want to make sure that you're doing just fine. We have one of the best digital organizing managers in the country, Bethany, who's also doing town halls to make sure that we are able to reach into people's homes. So please join us on Thursdays. We were just most recently able to do an all Spanish town hall to just engage all of our communities and do some Latinx outreach. So it's really exciting. So you're just really just kind of hitting the ground running. We're talking to as many of our friends and neighbors, and we're creating that space. And then once we are ready to take on the challenge of turning Texas blue.
And I know that we have launched some significant voter protection and voter expansion projects recently. You want to talk a little bit more about those as well?
Yeah, so we are really lucky to have a fantastic voter protection team. One of the things that they're doing is just making sure that everyone has access to the ballot this year. We are in a very, very strange time, and we want to ensure that people not only want to cast their vote, but they feel safe doing it. So we're trying to make sure that ensure that everyone has the opportunity to vote by mail, hopefully. We're also letting people who are already falling in that category to know that they can vote by mail. So we have initiated contacting some of our senior friends to make sure that they know that they are eligible to get a vote by mail application. And you can you can actually apply for that on our website. We are fighting in the courts as well, so please stay tuned, and hopefully we'll win and everyone get a chance to vote this year.
Okay, so we've heard some really interesting and cool things about what our state party is working on right now. We are going to take a short break, and we will be right back.
For decades, Republicans in Texas have been making it harder for Texans to vote. They know that their best chance to hold on to power is to limit access to the ballot. Because when more people vote, our democracy is strengthened. And when more Texans vote, Democrats win. Now, Republicans are exploiting a global health crisis to keep people from exercising their right to vote. And we won't let them get away with it. Texas Democrats will never stop fighting to expand and protect access to the ballot. In order to turn Texas blue in November, we're committed to registering and engaging a new electorate that reflects the diversity of our great state. But if we're going to be able to win, all eligible voters in Texas must be able to cast a ballot and have that vote count. When it comes to voter protection, we've taken to the courts to challenge Republican voter suppression efforts. We fought Republicans' discriminatory voter ID law and won, and beat David Whitley when he corruptly tried to purge the voter rolls. We've also launched a year-round voter protection hotline, which is helping voters navigate the voting process from beginning to end. In order to get more Texans registered to vote, we've undertaken the most expansive voter registration program in our party's history. We recently launched registertexas.com to ensure that all Texans can register to vote from the safety of their own homes. We're also mailing hundreds of thousands of voter registration applications to unregistered voters across the state. Democracy works better when more people vote. Learn more about our voter expansion and voter protection efforts by texting ACCESS to 21333.
I'm Tyler Mitchell. I am the Candidate Services Director here at the Texas Democratic Party. I work with all of our campaigns across the state. Post-primary will have over 800 candidates. I come from an organizing background, so I try to approach it in the same way that I do organizing. You have to meet people where they're at. A lot of candidates and campaigns, we can email and get responses and work with them. Some we text, some, we have calls with, and we even, as part of Connect Texas, have a new candidate Slack channel where candidates can get together and chat and trying to make how people communicate work for us. So I think first, you're a person who's thinking about running for office. Before you can think about winning or what it takes to win, you really need to sit down and do the homework about what the district is, how it's performed in the past, how much money it's going to take, what your win number is, how many votes you're actually going to have to get to win the district. Those kinds of small building blocks can seem kind of silly, but if you don't have some really concrete numbers that you're starting from, it's hard to build on top of that. You know, once you kind of know the fundamentals of what your district is about, you have to know that you can get there. You're not going to be able to win every district with, you know, $100,000. Some districts are gonna, you know, you're gonna have to raise and spend a lot more than that. Some you won't have to. And you have to have a plan on how you're going to do that fundraising. You know, you really need to map out, you know, who's in your network, whose networks your network can connect you to. You need to know, you know, how you're gonna reach your voters. Can you take the time out to knock on doors in a hopefully world where we get to knock on doors again soon? Are you going to be able to make phone calls? Are you going to be able to execute on the things that need to happen in order to, you know, make that money and, you know, talk to those voters? And finally, being really relentless about how you approach your campaign. It's one thing to like academically like know what it takes to win your race. It's one thing to like have it on a spreadsheet and have a calendar of things that need to be done. But it's something very different to wake up every single day and commit to doing that and being really relentless and unapologetic about asking for the things that your campaign needs in order to win. Every dollar you raise, every hour a volunteer gives is one step closer to getting, you know, every Texan the benefit of having a Democrat in elected office, which saves lives.
Hey, it's Christina. We can win big in Texas this year, but we need you to turn Texas blue. Join our movement. Give what you can. Your time, your voice, your support. Text VOTES to 21333 and get started today. Enjoy convention.
So we are back. One of the core missions of the Texas Democratic Party is to ignite campaigns from the ground up. And Lauren, you are our first ever Chief Technology Officer in the Texas Democratic Party history. And so much of the success in Texas comes down to the work that you and your team are doing. You know, I've seen some folks say on kind of both sides of the aisle that the race in Texas is a race to 5.5 million voters, and that's on both sides. So what is your team kind of doing to help our candidates target and help us hit those numbers?
Absolutely. So, you know, absolutely, this November is going to be a race to 5.5 million. And it is clear as we look at Texas and the voters in Texas that there are more than 5.5 million Democrats in the state of Texas. It's about registering them, turning them out to vote, making sure that they feel really part of this energy, this momentum in 2020, and making sure that they feel connected with all of our candidates. What's our team doing to help? So the first thing is making sure that all of our campaigns and county parties know who those Democrats are, know where to find them, know how to best get in touch with them, and really, you know, through our coordinated campaign and everything Brooklyn said, meet them where they're at, figure out how they like to be communicated with, what issues are important to them, and make sure we're having really, really meaningful conversations with all of these folks. Our model is going to help folks figure that out, but also our reports and our strategic guidance and a lot of the kind of one-on-one conversations we're going to have not only with campaigns, but also in regions, so they can best understand how to really wrap around the infrastructure that is campaigning and make sure we're having these really, really quality conversations.
And Brooklyn, is there anything you kind of want to add as the person who's like leading our candidate services team about how we're here to help campaigns?
Yes, so we have a fantastic candidate services team, and one of the things that they're really just doing, we just recently had a candidate summit where we're able to just kind of like let people know what the coordinated campaign can do for them. And then also our candidate service team has built Campaign on the Box. I think that just to get someone to run for office, it is so daunting to think about all the things you have to do, and having everything in one place has made it very, not easy, but has eased some of those anxieties, and has made them feel like, we're here to support you. You're going to run for office. We're going to make sure you have everything you need to be successful. We also are giving our candidates I'm going to plug our Thursday town halls one more time. We're giving our candidates who maybe normally would not have an opportunity to have a stage that is statewide and also sometimes nationwide. So we're actually giving them a platform to talk about their policies, to talk about why they want to run. And so we are making sure our candidates up and down the ballot feel supported, because winning at the top of the ticket is just as important as winning at the bottom of the ticket and winning at the middle of the ticket, because that's going to build our Democratic coalition and make sure our state party is sustainable for the future.
And Cliff, you had talked about how, when you joined the state party, it was to recruit more candidates and get more Texas Democrats elected to office. And that was kind of what, the core of the idea that you had was. What is maybe some advice you have for someone who is watching this and, maybe they've been on the fence about running for office and they're just, not really sure if it's right for them? What might you tell them?
Well, three things. First and foremost, unintimidate yourself. I've had the pleasure and honor of working with, I've lost count, a number of candidates over the years, elected officials as well, some not quite elected officials, but have gone off and still remain very engaged in the political space. But I got to tell you, they're just regular folks like anybody else. Some of them are brilliant, and some are some candidates are stronger than others.
Are more brilliant?
Are more brilliant. That's right. I love all candidates and love them all equally. But there's nothing that many of these folks are doing that you can't do. They went and got some training, which is my second piece of advice. There's plenty of training out there, and we provide a lot of it as the Texas Democratic Party. In the last few years, when I joined to help build a thing, and the beautiful thing is watching it grow and exist when it's been left in someone else's hands. And as Brooklyn's right, we have an extraordinary candidate services team. They've developed all of this content. A lot of that lives online. We have national partnerships, like with the National Democratic Training Committee, where we share some of our content. So if you want to learn how to be a candidate, there's no shortage of guidance. And then the third thing is there's no need to wait. Now, you may need to wait to file for the particular office that you're interested in, but there's no need to wait to get involved. If you're a candidate, you've never volunteered on a campaign, that's not good. You should volunteer on a campaign before you run. It gives you a sense as to what a campaign looks like on the day-to-day. You see the candidate, you see the experience, the highs, the lows, because you have both. And that really gives you a sense as to whether or not you want to do it. It's a little early OJT. So those are three pieces of advice. Unintimidate yourself, get trained up, and then plug yourself into a campaign. I personally am biased a little bit. I love local campaigns. City council, school board, state representative, justices of the peace, county commissioners, because you have a real chance to do a little bit of everything. You get to work with Lauren's amazing data staff to use that great targeting that's produced there to make sure that you're talking to the right voters. You're working with the organizing team that Brooklyn is overseeing to make sure that you're connecting with all those volunteers and staff who are coordinating all that voter contact. You get to see a little bit of everything in a local campaign. So that's my advice.
Yeah, I think one of the things you mentioned about, seeing kind of what it's like before running for office by volunteering on a campaign is so important. And I want to encourage anyone, whether you're thinking about running for office or you just want to volunteer, to take out your phone and text "Take Action" to 21333. And when you text "Take Action" to 21333 and you enter in your information, it'll automatically generate events that are going on near you. I know a lot of them are virtual now, so you can even plug in with people in your community online. Or maybe you want to find another event. Again, that's Take Action to 21333, where you can find a place to volunteer. So we've talked a lot about 2020, and I kind of wanted to talk about what are some big victories over the past few years that have really made a huge difference in Texans' lives that maybe went under the radar a little bit because they're down ballot. Cliff, do you want to kick us off with one?
I'll say one, then I'll toss to Manny. We wouldn't have guessed that paid sick leave could be as crucial to the day-to-day of many Americans and Texans when we first saw a number of efforts emerge across the state to pass it. And now that we have these paid sick leave policies, that has been challenged by our Attorney General, the indicted Republican Attorney General in the state of Texas. But moving the ball forward, helping people understand that there are local leaders who care deeply about these issues, that you can establish some wins locally, even if there's some back and forth on the legal front with some of the statewide Republican leadership, that these become values that you hold dear. These become benefits that are crucial to the well-being of people on a day-to-day basis. These are big progressive wins locally. There's a lot of activism that went into it. We're happy to support those efforts and look forward to expanding those statewide. And I'll toss to Manny. I know that he's got a laundry list of exciting things that have happened in the last few years.
I think people really underestimate the kind of change that you can make at the local level. We said several years ago, we made a decision about our branding at the Texas Democratic Party and some of the things we should be talking about. And, the Texas Democratic Party, as brilliant as this whole team is not a bunch of operatives in Austin, Texas. And the best brand for the Democratic Party is not the wonderful folks that we have, our partners at the DNC in Washington, D.C. It's literally your neighbor who decided to go run for school board or city council and do something different and solve a problem and get at it. And our best role is to support them and to make sure that they can organize and they have all the tools necessary to do big things. Because at the end of the day, those are big things and they fundamentally change our families' lives. And, the kind of effect that you can do in the 2018 election cycle, we won county races all across this state. Harris County is now deep blue. And, Lina Hidalgo, county judge in Harris County, is leading us through this crisis and working with our mayor, Sylvester Turner, and they're making national headlines for the kind of work that they do. They're the ones that are holding back the number of cases in Texas. It's because of the smart things that they are doing and the tough decisions that they are making. And they're also the ones pushing forward to say, what do we need to do to prepare for the elections? These county judges in Democratic counties and county commissioners are asking what are the resources necessary to make sure that people can vote and vote safely, and how do we get more locations set up? How do we get more machines? How can we vote by mail? How can we get all the resources necessary so that people are able to exercise their vote? Now Texans live in counties that are run by Democrats. The majority of Texas's voters live in counties that are run by Democrats. That's huge. That's huge. And the first responsibility now for those elected officials is to make sure that elections are free and open and fair. And the other thing here is, we talk a lot about the presidential race. We talk about our U.S. Senate race. We can take out John Cornyn. We're neck and neck in that race already, and he's been polling at 37% the entire election cycle, and he's incredibly vulnerable. We get a lot of attention about the congressional targets that we have in Texas and how we have more congressional targets in Texas than any state in the country. All of that is super exciting. But what is really the strategic imperative for the Texas Democratic Party, what's pivotal to our future in our state and the next generation, is that we flip the Texas House. And in 2018, we flipped 12 seats. That is remarkable. We have 22 seats within single digits. We're just 9 seats away from flipping the Texas House. And when we do that on a year when you have the United States Census, on a year when we're moving into redistricting, I mean, you're setting up representation for a decade. And it's not just, about who holds office here. It's about who's heard by their government. It's about who's reflected in their government. And at the end of the day, that means more money in our schools. That means better hospitals, better healthcare. That means better jobs. That means like representatives that actually listen and pick up the phone and respond to what people are saying. So, those victories over the years have really set the scene for where we're at now. And now we can change the world in this election.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. We're so close to so many victories. And so on that note, Manny, for folks who are watching right now and they are wondering how they can get involved or what action they can take, what is your advice for them?
Well, as we've heard, we can win big and we can deliver change. And we got the team to be able to support all of those efforts and to get this stuff done. But we can't do it alone. We need every single one of us to come together. And it's really, 3 things that folks can do. Of course, we're always going to ask, please give. Please support your Texas Democratic Party. Please support this mission and help us turn Texas blue. You see the kind of talent that we have and the kind of thing, the ways we are motivated to get things done for folks. Really importantly, please sign up to volunteer. Volunteer for a campaign. Volunteer to be a poll watcher, volunteer to be a poll worker. More importantly, during COVID, we need election workers, and you can make a huge difference if you volunteer and become an election worker for us so that people can exercise their right to vote. And then we need you to help spread the word about registertexas.com. This is our online platform so that people can register even during the time of coronavirus. They can put in their information very easily. They get an application at their home. They sign that. They put it in an envelope that's already stamped that we sent over to them. They can easily get signed up to vote. Make sure to tell your friends and your family. You can do all of these things by just texting votes to 21333, and that'll get us started.
All right, folks, you heard it from Manny. Take out your phone and text votes to 21333. All right, so I want to thank everyone here for taking the time to join us today on this wonderful live stream. Did anyone have any kind of final words for anyone watching?
I would extend Manny's suggestion of 3 things to add one more. You gotta believe that you can win. I've done this work for 15 years in this state, and some years were better than others. Some were pretty bummer years, but 2018 was the best election in my career, and it was part of a trajectory. And if you look at how the registration rates are going, if you look at how Democrats are starting to engage and turn out, the number of candidates that are running, the caliber of campaigns, the size and quality of the programs that are coming out of the party organization, it is clear that all we have to do is execute and we will win. So the one thing that I hear in talking to Democrats is like, well, we have one in the past. Can we really do it? If anyone ever asks, in addition to, you should definitely do the 3 things. Text votes to 21333. But one other thing, if anyone asks, can we win in Texas? You have to, without blinking, without looking away, stay with full confidence. Absolutely, yes, we can win because it's true. We're not going to stumble into a win. We're going to do it because we know we can do it and we execute. So keep the faith, believe that we can win because we can.
I think that is really such a great note to end on, and I completely agree. Texas is the biggest battleground state. This is our moment. Poll after poll shows Democrats beating Trump in Texas, and when we beat Trump, we take back the White House, we change our country and we change the world. So again, take out your phone, text votes to 21333, and we look forward to seeing you at the rest of our convention events. Thanks so much, everyone.
Hi, This is Dallas County Judge Clay Jenkins. We can win big this year, but we need you to help turn Texas blue. So join our movement and give what you can. Your voice, your time, and your support. Text VOTES votes to 21333 to get started and enjoy your convention.
Name, title.
Okay.
Well, we're about to get into it.
Hi, I'm Lauren Pulley, and I'm the Chief Technology Officer at the Texas Democratic Party. Texas is different than a lot of states. We're special, we're unique, we're a really great place. And, especially from my time living outside of Texas, we know that a Texas Democrat isn't the same as a Democrat across the country. What makes somebody vote Democratic in Texas is different than what a Democrat looks like in New York or in Florida or in California. And on top of that, we don't have party registration in Texas. In fact, you can switch party primaries, and we know a lot of people are switching party primaries back and forth, which means the way we model a Democrat nationally, when we typically know what party they're registered in, what the last party primary was that they voted in, is actually quite different than the way we want to look at a Texas Democrat. We also know that Texas is a really, really big, different, and diverse state. Over 20 states are smaller in population than Harris County alone, and that's only a fraction of our state of Texas. And so it's really important that we look at Texas data, Texas voters, Texas polling, and build out a model using that specific data. And we're very excited to be able to share this with all of our campaigns, all of our county parties, all of our races up and down the ballot to make sure that we are having the best kinds of contact and conversations we can between now and November. I was born in Houston and spent most of my life in Dallas. And when I finished high school, I felt like I was on the first plane out of here. Was up in New York for school and then was living and working in New York and Boston. As I started looking for jobs in politics and thinking about where I could have the biggest impact, I realized that there was really nothing to flip in Lower Manhattan where I was living. It was blue as can be, and it was Democrats fighting Democrats, and that wasn't sort of the kind of electoral political work that I felt that I needed to be doing. And as I started looking at places that were red that I could have an impact, I started reading up a little bit more on Texas. I'm from the 32nd Congressional District in Dallas. Just seemed like a good time to come back to Texas. I think my parents are, I don't know if I was more surprised or my parents were more surprised that I decided to move back to Texas. I didn't think I would stay maybe more than the 6 months until the end of the election. But 2 years later, my husband and I are loving it. We bought a house, and I think we're staying in Texas for good. For me, it's really about what we're fighting for. We're fighting for health care. We're fighting for a woman's right to choose. We're fighting for access to the ballot and making sure that everybody can go safely and healthily cast their ballot at the polls. For me, it's about being part of this amazing work that's happening in the biggest battleground state and making sure that we have the right people leading us in Austin, in Washington, and across the country.
Texas is the biggest battleground state in the country. Our Democratic Party is building a future that is focused in equality and prosperity.
Our mission is innovative, inclusive, and hopeful. We are creating a Texas that we can all believe and thrive in.
Some of the boldest Democrats to navigate the halls of Congress have called Texas home, and some of them have even made their mark on the White House.
Texas produces progressives, trailblazers, and steady-handed leaders alike who consistently push the needle on issue after issue.
Our leaders champion the noblest of causes because we believe that our country is stronger when we celebrate diversity, live our values, and inspire unity.
Texas Democrats have built a movement founded on landmark policies and programs that make America one of a kind.
We safeguard our planet and fight for equal rights. We deliver on building an economy that works for all Texans. We defend a woman's right to choose, and we challenge the inhumane policies that set to tear our country apart.
While Texas Democrats may differ in their approaches, each one of them has fought like hell to change the course of history and leave our state that much more equitable.
We are the party that paves the way for the future because we cannot advance as a society until everyone has a seat at the table. Donald Trump can't win the White House without Texas, and we got a plan to defeat him.
We know that the strength and resilience of our movement means that we can overcome any challenge set before us.
We know that we will succeed because what we are fighting for is humane, it is just, and it is truthful.
Every day, little by little, our movement grows and our chants for justice ring louder.
We are shaping the political future of our state and ensuring that everyone has a fair shot at the American dream.
This is what it means to be a Texas Democrat. Because when we save Texas, we save our democracy.
And when we save our country, we save the world.
Good evening. I'm Manny Garcia, and thanks for being with us at the Texas Democratic Convention. And that's the end of the fourth day of the Texas Democratic Convention. We hope you enjoyed hearing from our panelists as much as we did. The spectacular speakers who were kind enough to lend their voices to our democratic movement are worthy of a round of applause. There are too many people to thank, but first I want to give a shout out to our team at the Texas Democratic Party who is leading the way to make sure that we can turn Texas blue. I'll see you all tomorrow afternoon for our general session. But first, we have a couple of exclusive events on the lineup this afternoon, and a conversation with Carla Welch, a celebrity stylist, about how fashion is political. An interview with Mina Harris, lawyer, author, and political activist. Be sure to stay tuned, and I'll catch up with you all afterwards.